cycle here. Ah, feels good. Feels good to be back after one day. Good to be back after one day. Podcast episode was awesome on Wednesday. I didn't work today, so that was cool. I basically just slept. Didn't do a whole lot that was super productive, but that's okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a Friday off, at least since the beginning of the year. I know for a fact it hasn't happened since the beginning of the year. Oh, I'm going to do a couple more things here and then we'll be ready. Hey, what's up, Doc? I actually just sat down myself. Making some chicken nuggies. I had some steak earlier. Been watching Star Trek Voyager. It's no Deep Space Nine, but it's pretty good. My dad used to watch Star Trek: The Next Generation a lot. The one that has that dude Picard in it, the bald captain. Hey, what's up, Medicine Man? Yeah, Next Generation is great. Isn't that the one that has Data? Data's one of my favorite characters. Guys, look at this picture I just posted in the Discord. There's literally a B&H photo exclusive SM7B. That's so fucking random. That is so fucking random. Here, I'll actually turn my camera on because I'm sitting here yapping. We are chilling tonight, gamers. We're chilling. We got a fresh cut. Like 2 days ago, I've lost about, I would say I probably lost about 8-9 pounds so far doing this diet. I can especially tell on my face, it's less like poofy, you know, starting to lose water in my face, excess water weight. But check this out. Of all things, they made a B&H photo exclusive SM7B. How fucking random is that? The only difference is it has red here and here and here and then around the mic, but that is so weird. For an extra $100, but still. I swear, dude, they do the weirdest special editions sometimes. It's kind of nice though, I'm not gonna lie. I like the red, but I don't know. You know, we gotta keep it all black around these parts. Been also playing the casebook of Arcady Smith again. Played it once on Switch, and I'm now playing it on PS4. Fun indie game. I've actually never heard of that. I don't believe I have, at least. When are we getting a Stampede branded SM7B? Honestly, when I was younger, black and red was like my favorite color scheme of everything. But I don't know what a Stampede exclusive one would look like. Unless it was like black and silver. I'm actually totally fine with the color scheme of it as is. I like the black with a little bit of white branding. You know, it got a little bit of silver back here, but I like the styling of it already. It kind of fits. There's no other mic on the market in this caliber that suits me better, so that's why I don't switch. Same way that there's no better headphones on the market. That's also why I don't switch. Unless I wanted to spend like an exorbitantly higher amount of money for like 5% increase in clarity, which is not worth it. But yeah, I gotta be honest. This has been the easiest diet I've ever done. I just eat a whole bunch of steak, ground beef, and eggs. That's it. Like, that's it, dude. I never feel groggy, really, or tired. I certainly don't feel, you know, that cloudy, like you're just sitting there and you feel very foggy. I don't feel that anymore, which is really great. Let me see. How have you been, by the way, Medicine Man? I believe you came around last stream. There's a company called Colorwave that makes custom SM7Bs. Like, you can color it however you want. Even this whole chamber part back here. Ooh, look at that. Look. This is a custom red that they did. Ooh, look at that shit, dude. Staying positive. Yeah, how's the job search going, man? I know a while back, you had mentioned that in the stream. There's the back of the B&H photo one. They even have a custom little plate on the back. That is so bizarre. I like the red, but here's another one by Colorware are you? Metallic. Is that purple? It's like metallic purple. I kind of like the red. Like, coloring this back part red would be sick. I must agree to the YouTube terms of service before I click this. Oh, okay. Red and white do look very good together. Peggy 16. Oh god, I was like, why is it not saying anything? Oh, this looks cool. Anime has to be in caps. This reminds me of Dick Tracy. The way the dude's dressed. Wobbly Tooth? The developer is called Wobbly Tooth. That's interesting. Yeah, you know, today's kind of weird because without getting into too many details, obviously, because I don't want to dox, it's kind of weird because there's a manager, or not a manager, but like someone who's a really high up, I guess the term would be executive, or has been in my company for a while. And today they just kind of up and announced out of nowhere that they were no longer with the company. And we're all just like, what? What happened? And of course, nobody's going to elaborate because it's none of our business. But it's just weird when that happens. It's like, man, you thought that this person was going to be with this company their whole life. And then just out of nowhere, they're just not anymore. So either, you know, I'm assuming that either the person like found another opportunity or they got fired is what I was going to say. Yeah. Probably found that they had been usually, and this is the case with a lot of companies I've worked for in the past, people that have been there for a super long time, they start to assume that they can get away with things that they can't get away with. But because they've been there so long, they just start to do stuff and it's like, I know it's against the rules, but I've been doing it for X amount of years and now I'm complacent and who cares? And then all of a sudden they get caught. It's like, oh, the company cares. You're done. Yeah, if they found a better place, they'd tell you. True, most of the time, yeah. Most of the time, for sure. Oh, man. But yeah, I don't know. It's just weird, you know, corporate stuff. There's a lot of rules for a lot of corporate companies that you have to follow. Like, you have to be very, very vigilant and take it very seriously when you are dealing with sensitive company information. And if for whatever reason it comes out that you were not so careful with that information, well, you're going to be reaping what you sow. Unfortunately. Anyways, yeah, it's man, I really wanted to stream last night, but I just could not fucking wake my ass up. I fell asleep. I asked Bridget to wake me up right around 8 so that I could stream. And then I woke up at like midnight and she was like, I tried to get you up. And I was like, I know, it's fine. So I got up around fucking midnight, ended up staying up all night working on stuff and fell asleep at like 7 a.m. Woke up at around 3:30 and here we are. So I'm glad that I'm streaming tonight, but yeah. It sucks that I missed last night because I really wanted to. But hey, I can definitely stream Sunday night because I'm off Monday. I've got Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So we're in the midst of a 4-day weekend. Had someone fix our gas stove and they saw my mushroom growing kit and thought I was growing psychedelics. What the fuck? They said, what is this? They said, what is this Doctor of Red up to out here, dude? Doctor of Shrooms. But you're a doctor. It's your job to help people. How long does she have? Six months, maybe? It's hard to say with certainty. Sorry. I'm a doctor. Let me help him. So, I am very, very happy. I recorded some of the initial commentary for my new progress report of Silent Hill 2 remake video. It's going to be about 10 to 12 minutes. I hope to have it out by the end of this 4-day weekend at the very least. I might potentially take Saturday night to finish it up, or I thought of a fun idea. I could try to make some of it on stream You know, I think that'd be cool. So you guys could see like the process of making a video. Like not tonight, but I think it might be cool sometime in the future to give that a shot. What I don't know is how well Adobe Premiere would play with OBS, because Adobe Premiere, I thought my computer was good. I've got a, sorry, I'm just blowing my nose. You guys don't want to see this. I've got a 3070. I've got a 3070 with a 10850K. Yeah, Doc, I meant to talk about that, by the way. That video was awesome, dude. You have a much better, like, commentary, narration, speaking voice than you give yourself credit for, dude. I would just say to talk very close to the mic. That's what I always do. Because if you close talk it, you get a really nice tone. You don't have to put your... You don't have to put your hands like this and cup it, but if you talk really close, you get a nice tone. Criticisms, I would say... Well, how about we... You okay if I watch just a touch of it on stream? It's a video that Doc's been working on, and he wants me to criticize it, so I'll watch it again. I made it about 27 minutes into it last time. Sure? Okay. Alright. Checking out Doctor of Red's newest video. Now, this video is titled Mastery of Horror, Part 1, Resident Evil 7. Oh, dude, I like your profile picture being the girl from... Oh, don't say the name. It was the game you asked me to play for so long. Don't say it. Why can I not remember the name of it? Oh my god, why can I not remember the name of it, dude? You asked me to play it for so long, it was such a meme. Oh my god, dude. Like I'm literally looking through VODs now to try to remember this. Please, dude. I would have to go back so far because it's been so long since we played it. I think it was before Halloween last year. Let's see. I'll find it. It was a stream that you waited eons for, dude. You waited eons for this. No, I will find it. I'll find it. Okay. First stream was RE7. Paranoiac. Yes, I found it in the VODs. Dude, this thumbnail for Paranoiac that she made is fire, though. Yeah, dude, that stream, that was a 4.5 hour long stream. Oh my god, the quality was so shit back then. How did you guys watch my stream when it was this bad? Dude, the quality used to be so bad. That was the night I tried to play Scorn. My AC was busted around here, and like, it was fucking miserably hot in the apartment. I remember that. Miki Takamura, yes, I remember that. Okay, so here's Doc's video. It's called Master of Horror Part 1, Resident Evil 7. He wants me to criticize it, so I will be brutal in my precision to criticize. Yeah, right. I won't be brutal. Doc's my mans. I'll give him some honest, constructive criticism. Okay, I like the intro a lot. Kind of has me on edge. This is a really good intro. Yeah, Scorn was awful. I don't recommend anybody play that bullshit.
Resident Evil 7 is a survival horror game released by Capcom on January 24th, 2017. Resident Evil 7, or RE7 for short, was the 7th mainline game.
By the way, let me ask you, Doc, what editing software do you use? Because this is like very well edited. If you're using like a PS4 video editor, that's really impressive, dude. Yeah, you made this in Share Factory? Dude, that's insane. That is insane. But I respect the hell out of it.
2017. Resident Evil 7, or RE7 for short, was the 7th mainline game in the franchise, but it wasn't necessarily a direct sequel to Resident Evil 6. As a matter of fact, it acted as more of a soft reboot of sort. It didn't follow the fast-paced, action-packed gameplay as many of its predecessors. RE7 took it back a little. Well, not really a little. It took it all the way back to its...
I don't want to keep pausing, but I will say, Doc, ever since the yawn video, I will say in this video, you're speaking a lot more clearly and directly, and I like that. In the yawn video, it seemed like there were a couple of commentary parts that you may have wanted to retake, but you left them in there, which is fine. It was just a quick off-the-cuff video, but in this one, you're speaking very clearly and directly, which is awesome. You got to do that when you're doing commentary. That way, you know, as a viewer, you're not just like feeling someone go all over the place from topic to topic. You know, you have to stay laser focused on one thing.
Roots. This may be controversial, but whenever you hear someone say that RE7 is not a Resident Evil game, or that it's more of its own thing, it's always kind of confusing to me. If you ignore the camera perspective and tank controls, RE7 is the closest thing to RE1 since RE1.
Facts.
In the first
it
Resident
is.
Evil, you are stuck in a...
It's the only one since 1 where you're in a single residence of evil.
...and surviving the aftermath of some of humanity's most evil mistakes. You spend a lot of time exploring the residence, figuring out puzzles, finding keys, and memorizing its Metroidvania-esque level design. You're on a constant need of resources, either barely having enough to survive or simply not having enough, having to figure it out and somehow survive anyways. RE7 is like this in several ways. The Baker's main house acts as your mansion. There are multiple floors, a basement, puzzles, and a lot of luck.
Your PS4 deserves a Medal of Honor, dude. Your PS4 has been through so much. Oh my god, it's been through 30 straight days of ridiculously long streaming hours. It's edited videos while sounding like it itself has a tornado going on inside of it because the fan is spinning up so loud. Your PS4, if it ever goes, dude, you need to fucking give it a Vikings burial for real.
And similar to RE1, you unlock more and more areas in the mansion over time, which we'll get more into that stuff later. It's not as complex or confusing as the Spencer estate, to be fair. It is smaller, and though it does have puzzles, they are a bit fewer and farther between, but it does make up for that in other gameplay mechanics, which we'll also get into later. So before we continue, people who think that RE7 is not an RE game may bring up a few questions which I'm going to answer right now. Quick side note, it's okay to not like Resident Evil 7 or think that it strays too far from the rest of the franchise. I just simply disagree with that. And I don't want to make that big...
Nope, that's a big, Doc, that's a big mistake. You don't ever give up your opinion. Your opinion is fact, and anybody who goes against it is a liar and a cheat and a stealer. That's how you have to treat these motherfuckers. Yeah, right.
Statement without bringing up some good points to support my claim. Question number 1. Many would argue that RE2 and 3, the originals, are much closer to RE1 than RE7. On a pure gameplay design basis, I would agree with you 100%, but let me elaborate on what I mean a little bit. I'll be using RE2 as my main example. Resident Evil 2 is in many ways different, and to address the elephant in the room, is that it is way more explosive and bombastic compared to the first one.
Yeah, RE2 is way more Hollywood horror. And actually, you know what's funny about that? You raise a good point. Silent Hill 1 was developed specifically to go in the other direction. When they were working on Silent Hill 1, it was actually being developed shortly after the release of Resident Evil 2 in 1998. And they specifically said that they felt that RE2 went a little bit too Hollywood horror, so they wanted to scale things down. So it definitely was way more bombastic in Hollywood than RE1, and that's why I think that 7 is more, that's why I think 7 is more comparable to 1 instead of anything else. When's 3S? I don't know, dude. I don't know. When somebody redeems it, I'll play Ryu in that game. Maybe not Denjin, but I will play Ryu. I don't want to be another one of those Daigo wannabe Ken players that all pick white Ken and like do the really aggressive dashing forward and constant overheads and taunting and shit, even though I know taunting has an actual effect in that game. But yeah, I'm just checking out Doc's latest video, really enjoying it so far. And I really like the production value here, dude. It's nice. For something that he edited this bitch in Share Factory on PS4, so I'm not criticizing the editing whatsoever. It's been very strong.
You start the game off running through a horde of zombies with the town literally burning around you. The music is intense, and the overall entire atmosphere of Resident Evil 1's slower paced, dreadful feel of decay and mistakes is amped up to an 80s style action Hollywood movie.
He did, dude. He edited the shit in Share Factory. That's insane.
It's not a bad thing, just different. The characters are a lot different too. In RE1, the characters felt very real and down to earth, primarily talking about Jill. You really feel like these professional cops are trying to keep what little sanity they have left during this disaster, a disaster that no amount of training could ever prepare them for. In RE2, you get the superhero attitude rookie cop Leon Scott Kennedy and the kick-butt biker Claire Redfield, seemingly jumping right into the action and gunning down a
Sorry, that's a mistake. Instead of kick butt, you need to say kick fucking ass. I'm sorry.
Much bigger threat than what the STARS team had to survive in the mansion incident, which I will also get into that topic later in the video as well. Where RE1's horror felt a lot like an 80s horror flick, RE2 feels like an 80s...
Why did I sound like AVGN? Look, I've been watching AVGN for a long time. He has burrowed into my brain. I can only imagine Doc having so many save points and screen recordings. Dude, I said his PS4 needs a fucking Medal of Honor. Like, he has streamed insane amounts of hours on that thing. If it ever dies, he needs to give it a Vikings burial. What's up, Malum? How you doing, sir? Nice black badge. By the way, new sub badges coming soon. I was kind of browsing Fiverr earlier for some ideas. And I found a couple of really good artists. And I'm going to do Silent Hill radios, I've decided on. Silent Hill radios, I'm like 85 to 90% decided on. And then the other 10% is like the black hat idea that I had. But it's hard to do hats because... I'm sure a lot of people do that. I don't know. I think Silent Hill Radios is the best choice.
Action flick. See the point I'm trying to make?
Silent Hill Radios is the best.
Video games and movies are a lot different, and the RPD in RE2 is admittedly the spitting image of the Spencer Mansion.
Oh, you made a new thumbnail? Let's check it out. Ooh, I like that, dude. I like that. Clean.
80s action flick. See the point I'm trying to make? Now, video games and movies are a lot different, and the RPD in RE2 is admittedly the spitting image of the Spencer Mansion, and like I mentioned before, on a pure gameplay basis, RE2 is much closer to 1. So what I mean when I say that RE7 is the closest thing to RE1 since RE1, I mean its concept is closer, its raw presentation and story of the game is closer.
And the pacing. Yes. All great points, but the pacing as well. RE7 has a very slow pace. Even the movement speed is slow. When you take care of Jack in the basement the first time around and you're exploring the rest of the house, there's virtually nothing attacking you. You're just slowly walking around the house. The character doesn't even speed up until you go outside.
But
great point.
Of RE2 is something the series would hold on to and even grow as the series went on. Like in RE3, which has more focus on combat than even RE2. RE4, where the gameplay entirely shifts from a survival horror game to an over-the-shoulder action shooter game, which became even more evident in Resident Evil 5 and 6. RE6 was literally an action Hollywood movie at that point, with zero emphasis on survival or horror of any kind.
This video barely took a chunk out of the script, and the script's not even done. It's gonna take forever to get out all my thoughts about RE7, but oh god, my neck is so stiff, you guys. I slept wrong. Fuck. I'm gonna take my time so I don't regret leaving anything out later. That choice of not having any enemies except for Jack, Stock Ethan in the beginning is the stroke of genius. Oh, for sure, yeah. And you have nothing to defend yourself with. It's literally just him attacking you and walking really fast, and you have nothing to defend yourself with in the beginning.
However, the series on a couple occasions will try to delve back into horror a little bit, namely the Revelation series. Now, in my humble opinion, Rev 1 simply failed at bringing back horror.
Agreed.
Not only that, it took aspects from RE1's core story of stars is falling apart, who's the bad guy? In Rev 1, the traitors are Jessica and Raymond, but ultimately failed at reaching the same heights as Wesker's reveal did. Remember how in RE1 there was genuine confusion and setup for the whodunit stuff? Like Barry Burton.
You let the voice crack. I didn't hear anything. I heard nothing. Yeah.
Was super suspicious. Wesker
Thank you.
was not even around. Chris, if you're playing Jill, was missing. And you even had Enrico confirming your suspicions when he revealed that there was a traitor, only to be killed by a man in the shadows.
Best Jill
there's
ever.
basically none of that in Revelations. Now this Rev 2 is actually a decently scary game, but its horror felt wonky, poorly directed, and I'm just gonna say it. It tried ripping off Silent Hill's style of horror, with its creature designs and areas you visit, which is odd to me. Resident Evil never needed to copy anything to be scary. Heck, the footage you see now is of the Resident Evil 1 remake, but the original, even in today's standards, just leaves you feeling uneasy and tense. A lot of the horror in RE1 was based off the stuff you didn't see. How about all the scary BOWs break?
Yeah, great point. The horror in RE1 remake absolutely does not come from jumps and jump scares and fucking shit that you see right in front of you. It comes from thinking about what happened before we got here. Because when you read the memos about things just going to hell, you know, people getting infected and all the dogs getting infected and all the lab researchers getting destroyed, you know, you think a lot about, holy shit, what happened before we got here if it's this bad now? You know, imagine the pandemonium. Yeah, it has like one jump scare. Maybe the sharks would be another one if you don't see them right away, but that's it. Yeah, we're watching a doc vid. What's up, Wang? By the way, guys, get you. Thank you. Get you a GF who heats up your coffee while you're streaming. Fucking shout outs. Do you want to say anything to the people? Turn the mic over to you. Just say one thing.
Hello. Good night.
Wow. 2 words. Her first 3 words on stream. It's like a baby saying their first 3 words. Now we gotta clap. Everybody clap.
Free and killing all
That's so fucking insulting.
just a scary scientist. How about one of my favorite memos in the franchise, The Keeper's Diary, explaining the full horrific process of losing one's mind.
Itchy Tasty? Is that the one?
Mindless zombie. They might not even be fully mindless. The game's on multiple occasions shown that zombies are somewhat aware of what's going on. Now, there could be a point where said infected person is completely lost, but overall that process may be way slower than we think.
Oh god. She did the world's most egregious eye roll.
Are somewhat aware of what's going on. Now, there could be a point where said infected person is completely lost, but overall that process may be way slower than we think, which is horrifying. I promise most of this rambling is important for stuff I'll be talking about later. Now back to the questions. Question number 2. RE7 has nothing to do with the iconic zombies. They are replaced with these mold monsters. Good point. However, that is not 100% the case. Yes, RE7 does not have zombies. The mold monsters, however, work in a similar way. They're slow, scary, and try to bite and or eat you. And for reasons which I'll also explain later, they still have that personal feeling that the zombies had in the original Resident Evil games.
Yeah, don't they transform from people? I thought the Bakers were capturing people and infecting them slowly over time. And the people who turn into mold are like the failed experiments. So there's still people that have transformed into horrific creatures one way or the other. They just look less human this time around.
Resident Evil, probably another controversial statement, was never about zombies. Yes, they are a mainstay and iconic piece of the franchise, but the focus is more on BOWs in general. All the way back in RE1, we had many monsters.
That was
zombies, hunters, crows, a giant snake, baby snakes. You get my point. The monster variations would change even more as the series went on, but that's another long topic.
You know, You bring up a good point here. Isn't it hilarious how people are like, oh my god, the mold monsters are so ridiculous, dude. What happened to the original? There were no ridiculous monsters like that. Dude, fucking RE1 has a massive infected snake that's supersized for no other reason than to make it scary. It has fucking infected giant spiders. It has infected giant sharks. Like, come on, dude. That game is full of the most absurd shit.
To get into. Another core part about Resident Evil's bases is about the corruption of people and industries. People and industries that should be trusted, like the pharmaceutical company Umbrella or the leading officer of STARS, Wesker. Which again, as many things
Corruption.
I've mentioned already, will be more important later. Anyways, before I get sidetracked again, question number 3. Resident Evil 7 is way more of a horror game. Okay, so this one has a pretty simple answer. Yes, Resident Evil 7 is way scarier than most Resident Evil games, but RE1 is, well, the same way. When you compare RE1 to almost any of its sequels, RE1 is the scariest by far.
True.
Some may also bring up in that topic of RE7 is more horror, is that RE7 has way less combat than most of the games in the franchise, so therefore it's mostly a horror game. Well, yeah, it did have less combat. It's easy to forget, but in RE1 there was almost never a situation where there was more than 2 enemies on the screen at once. RE7 in that manner is very similar. Question number 4. Resident Evil 7 doesn't have the old characters. Yeah, that is very true.
It does, but you have to look for them a little bit more subtly. There's that newspaper in the main hall, the foyer, that says Alyssa Ashcroft, who is a news reporter from Resident Evil Outbreak. And if you look on the wall in the living room, there's a photo of the mountains and it says Arclay Mountains. So there are little traces everywhere of the classic stuff. You just have to look for it.
Doesn't. It has mostly all new characters, at least until the very end where we see Chris for a minute. But guess what game also
That's not Chris.
Didn't have the old characters? Resident Evil 1. Jill, Chris, Wesker, all these guys back in 1996 were new characters too. And to be honest, some of the old characters felt a bit burnt out anyways. I'll put it in the same way a streamer friend of mine put it. I'm tired of seeing Jill...
Me? I'm the streamer friend? Oh, dude. This guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. The plug.
Anyways, I'll put it in the same way a streamer friend of mine put it. I'm tired of seeing Jill, Chris, Barry, but in Resident Evil 7, we got new and interesting characters. They're not superheroes, they're just regular people put into a bad situation. Sound familiar? Kind of like the STARS members. To be fair though, STARS, or Special Tactics and Rescue Services, are a group of well-trained professionals and ex-military members. But as I mentioned earlier, no amount of training was enough...
Ethan is just a Texas resident gun expert. He's got to be some kind of gun expert to have the skills and trigger discipline that he has.
Experience for the STARS members.
And by the way, people assume that Ethan is from Texas because Mia has a Texas driver's license and they've been married for several years before this happened, we can assume. So if she's from Texas, most likely he's also from Texas. That's why people think that.
Our main character, he has no training at all. He's just a dude, which amps up the stakes even more. Question number 5. RE7 is first person and has no fixed camera angles. Which is true, but fixed camera angles alone didn't make the original great. Or fixed camera angles alone didn't create the survival horror.
Nobody complained about a lack of fixed camera with RE2 Remake. It has like one of the highest scores on Metacritic and Steam ever.
Yeah, it's definitely a unique way to experience the game, but RE7 being first person doesn't take anything away from it. As a matter of fact, it makes it even more immersive and easier to control. Fixed camera angles were more of a product of the time than a well-defined gameplay element. Question number 6. RE1 takes place in a mansion.
And a technical limitation.
RE7 is on a big piece of land going to several areas. On top of that, the main house is smaller than the Spencer Mansion. True, but there's a couple things you have to remember. RE1 had many more areas than just the mansion. In RE7, you are exploring the Baker's estate. In RE1, you are exploring the Spencer estate, like the sewer.
Agreed. I don't like RE2 Remake more than the OG, but I do think it's much better than RE3 Remake. Basically 100% confirmed. Only problem is Ethan has no southern accent, but I chalk that up to devs not really taking that into account, seeing as the acting was done in Japan. Yeah, and plus, maybe he didn't originally live in Texas. Maybe they moved to Texas for work. So we don't know if We don't know if they just live in Texas or they have their whole life, or maybe they just lived there before the events of the game.
Into dormitory, and finally the laboratory. We'll get into RE7's areas.
I haven't played RE2 Remake in like almost 3 years, and when we did, I was playing a fucking goth princess mod of Claire. That VOD is still out there, by the way.
You guessed it. Later. So yeah, sorry for all that rambling. Again, I didn't just want to say a big statement like Resident Evil 7 is the closest thing to RE1 since RE1 without having some good points to present my argument
Great
with.
Points.
But we talked enough about RE1. Let's get into the main topic as to why I think Resident Evil 7 is a horrific masterpiece.
Look at these transitions, dude. These are better than mine. Are you trying to upstage me with Share Factory? Because it's working.
Go tell Aunt Rhody.
This might get me DMCA'd. I'm sorry. I have to mute for just a second. But I love it.
Very.
Dude, Malum, 100%, dude. The whole package of Resident Evil 7, even upscaled. Like, I watched a streamer play it in 4K recently. Dude, it looks amazing on modern displays. Playing RE7 at like 1440p or higher, even 1080p, the main game, plus the fact that Madhouse and normal are basically completely different routes in a lot of ways. You go about things in very different ways, different coin placements and stuff. And all the DLC that comes with it and all the different things you can do, it's such a complete, excellent package. Like, it's still totally worth it. So when I see the RE5 or RE7 Gold Edition going on sale, I always tell people to pick it up if they haven't. It's such a good deal.
Very quick side note, I will be playing this game on the Madhouse difficulty. I feel like Madhouse brings out the best experience in RE7. There are a few changes like stronger enemies, needing cassette tapes to save, and a higher
Madhouse is the ideal way to play this game.
Unless the required antique coins earlier in the game. I want to make this note now, because I won't be mentioning the Madhouse differences anymore later after this point. But I covered most of the changes just now. Anyways, our story starts out with what seems to be our loving wife telling us how she misses us during her very far away
babysitting job. I knew it. I knew it.
Stuff that non-touch grass users like myself don't care about. The tone shifts very quickly when we see assumably the same person making a new video to send to her husband, which I'll just let it play out for how well it's presented.
She was so happy in the first one and so panicked in this one. I like that.
You were right. I did lie to you. I shouldn't have. All I can say is that if you get this, stay away.
So it speaks for itself mainly, but I have two notes I want to talk about. She says you were right, I did lie to you, possibly alluding to an argument they had either before, likely during her babysitting trip, possibly a video call. Anyways, it's likely that her husband didn't get this message, because if he did, he probably would have looked for her much sooner. Note number 2, on a more comedic note, am I the only one who thought that the person using the computer was our main character?
No, I thought that too.
You know,
the kid's not his. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the biggest twist of RE Village, is that the kid is not actually his.
No sense.
Rose.
The breathing noises you hear are obviously of the woman in the video, and her hands are feminine, so it doesn't make any sense why I thought she was the husband. Anyways, we skip 3 years later, and we hear the husband on the phone with a friend of his saying that his wife sent him an email of her whereabouts and to come get her. His friend is way more skeptical than our main character should be. But as we see through the events in this game and the events in Resident Evil Village, we will get to know this guy as someone who will go beyond and fight tooth and nail for his family.
James Sunderland. James is just salty. He doesn't want Ethan to be able to find his wife. That's why he's trying to convince him to turn it around. He said, turn it around, bucko. It ain't gonna lead anywhere.
Putting his life at risk for them. So the 3 years of his
This is one of the most amazing parts, though. You can definitely tell they took a bunch of reference photos of Louisiana because this literally just looks like a real photo with animated water.
wife missing. Longer if you include the time she was babysitting. It was probably a grueling 3 years for him to get through, and any sign of hope that she could be found was likely more than enough reason to give it a try. Which we'll later find he even went across the state to get to where he is now. Where is he, you may ask?
Louisiana,
Dolby,
motherfuckers.
Dolby, Louisiana. We step out of our vehicle. If you open the inventory, you will see that he holds a picture of his wife with him, and a note of the suspicious email she sent,
Soy.
which reads, from Mia Winters.
If I remember right, oh god, that's disturbing. If I remember right, RE7 also came out at the same time as the first season of True Detective, which also had a Louisiana horror aesthetic. Yeah, what was the deal with that at that time? Dude, I cannot believe 2017 was 7 years ago. 2017 was seriously one of the greatest years that I can remember. I worked a ton that year, but man, 2017 was so great. You know? Yeah, 7 years ago. This game is 7 years old now.
July 18th, 2017.
I really wish I would have started streaming in 2017. I really wanted to again, and I'm sad that I didn't, but who cares? Hindsight's 2020.
4 p.m. to Ethan Winters, Dove, Louisiana, Baker Farm. Come get me. After 3 years, this is suspicious as anything, and with the context that we had from the previous cutscene, we know that Mia Winters would not have sent that email.
Why didn't he
She
call the
basically
cops?
told him to stay away and forget about her. You start making your way through the muggy and humid backwoods of Louisiana, and can I just say how amazingly well they designed this area? I've played this game at least a dozen times, and I still feel the humidity and atmosphere of this place. It's almost like you actually are there. I could only imagine how crazy this was on VR, especially at the time. Very quickly, you are presented with this house that's obviously well past its prime. You try to get in, but it's locked. You look for another way through, and you find a note fan. Being nosy or looking for clues, we take a look inside and find a note advertisement for Sewer Gators. Episode 17, Sneak into a Louisiana Ghost House. If you turn the paper around, however, you'll get the cryptic message, join us. Just left of there, you'll see another message saying, accept her gift. Even more disturbing, that is, if you follow the path, you will see this man walking. He walks almost zombie-like. You may try to catch up to him, but you'll find he's no longer there.
It's likely he made a missing persons report that never went anywhere, and after getting the message was likely done waiting for someone else to find her and went himself. Yeah, most likely. I always give the RE franchise credit for making consistently good character designs. Yeah, like I've heard people criticize RE7 so much and they say, oh, Ethan and Mia are like non-characters because they're so boring and bland. It's like, that makes them believable. They make very believable decisions in my mind. The only character design that really sucks in RE7 is Alan. Director Alan Droney or whatever. That dude literally was just inserted to die horrifically.
Continuing even further, you
And he's the most generic, like, male character A design you've ever seen in your life.
something absolutely gut-wrenching. The corpse of a cattle. It's not the corpse that's bad, but how...
I hear Silent Hill music. Hey, let's go, Dr. Red. By the way, what I love about this intro more than anything is that this has major Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibes with the animal corpse art and hanging saw blades. Major Texas Chainsaw Massacre energy here.
Its likely heinous demise was used for some sort of morbid art piece. 95% of people would have turned back upon seeing the man from earlier. The last 5% would have turned back here. RE7 has a lot of inspiration from classic horror films, this part obviously being a reference to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1974.
Oh, how did you get this clip in here, dude? In Share Factory.
Finally making it to the house, we find what seems to be Mia's gold purse. Inside we find her driver's license, confirming that at least at some point Ethan's beloved wife was here. Proving Ethan jumped state to get here is that her driver's license has the text, Texas, on the top left. Confirming that
He is,
at least
dude.
before the time of her babysitting trip, she lived in Texas. Finding this driver's license might have been what pushed Ethan to go farther, but after seeing the cow corpse, he probably would have continued anyways. Going inside the place, putting it lightly, is scary. It's disgusting, infested with roaches and mold. It looks like someone was in the process of making dinner, then snapped and wrecked the place, then left it there to rot for years. If you decide to go for the coward ending, that's too bad. Once you enter, whatever fate you're going to suffer through has already been decided. You explore a little bit and find a few unsettling
Way later in the project, right before the boat, I will have a full segment talking about the inspirations from movies, primarily Tobe Hooper movie. Oh, you put it on a USB. Okay, that makes sense.
Photos and a VHS tape called the derelict house footage. You are also introduced to the save mechanic. Like many of the classic Resident Evil games, you will save with a typewriter and ink ribbon. However, in this game, we'll be using a cassette player and tape. During your exploration, you'll run into a VHS player. With it, you can watch the video you found earlier. This footage directly ties back to the Sewer Gators advertisement we saw back at the van, where the Sewer Gators explore the abandoned ghost house.
I like the way you set that up.
We can assume beforehand something terrible happens to the film crew, seeing that the van we originally found that advertisement in was likely theirs that they never came back for. The footage starts off with a nice from the show's presenter, Peter Walken, accompanied by Andre Sticklin, who of which I always thought looked a lot like Tony Hawk. I do not know why, but he looks like him to me. You, the cameraman, are Clancy Jarvis, and the three of you make it to the house we are literally watching the footage in. Things seem pretty harmless at first, with Peter and Andre bickering about this and that while you try to get some good shots. Things are a bit unnerving from the get-go, but doesn't get scary until Andre wanders off and you have to go look for him. Peter calls out for him, but with no answer. Eventually, Peter finds some switch of sorts under the fireplace in the very same room we're watching the footage in, revealing a hidden path. He sends us down there, of course, and lucky us, we find Andre. But something is wrong.
This is one of my favorite shots in all of Resident Evil right here. True. What was he doing down there, dude?
The footage abruptly ends, and all we're left with is that the man we saw earlier is a murderer, and went as far as to keep the footage that Clancy shot and even put it on a tape, likely for sick entertainment. We're left disturbed and uneasy that the man in the video and who we likely saw earlier may be around. We did, however, get a clue as to how to proceed. Was Peter finding that hidden switch? It's ultimately up to you, the player, to go pretty much right into the lion's den, similar to how the door locks behind you once you enter this evil residence. The ladder breaks, making it useless. You continue your search for your wife in the flooded basement. I can go on for decades how well done this game's graphics is, and the attention to detail is sublime. But something I want to know is that if you shine your light on the water here, you'll actually see the reflection of it on the roof. It's just such a nice and unneeded detail. I just had to bring it up. Other than that, the only other
and it's only the only time you really see that.
During the crossing of the flood, you get a nice little jump scare from either Clancy's or Andre's corpse.
It's Andre.
Surprise falls back into this nasty water and accidentally swallows some.
Clancy's burned to death.
Because it is very, very important later. Not far from that point, you find what looks to be a cell, and you see her. It's Mia. You try your best to get in. You even try using a VHS tape, but that won't cut it.
Banging the VHS tape against the chain.
A note? You see a listed name, either saying turned or dead, with the exception of Clancy saying L and Mia on the back saying nothing at all. On the same table, you'll find bolt cutters and use them to enter the cell where Mia is. You wake her up, but it's not the heartfelt reunion you'd think it would be. She says you shouldn't have come here and seems to have very apparent gaps in her memory. She's very frantic as she explains that they need to get out of there. She leads you to a dead end, panicking and rambling the entire time. On the way, you see the horrific and disturbing aftermath of some torture room. You see various surgical equipment on the bed, and bags filled with what I can only describe as guts and organs. When you make it to
Yeah, it almost looks like the bags are infected. That's the cool thing about that shot right there. It literally looks like the bags are infected.
this dead end, she starts having an episode, almost fainting in the process. You try to calm her down and take the time to look around. This breather doesn't last long, as you hear loud sounds with Mia screaming. You rush back to her to find the wall has been broke down and Mia is gone. You go up after her, and the door at the top of the stairs starts slowly opening, inviting you in. Now, this is a perfect time to talk about how utterly excellent this game's sound design is. I promise I won't mumble too long about it, but I just have to talk about it. Here in particular with the rain and thunder track is some of the most convincing storm noises I have ever heard. I could just let the game run in the background for hours enjoying it. On a less relaxing note though, you also get the occasional noise from within the house, like maybe something tipping over or someone twisting a doorknob. Other sounds that appear later in the game, of course, like gunshots and an axe hitting the wall, reload sounds, and what else, all sound great too. But anyways, I'm starting the ramble, aren't I? I better stop. You continue to the bathroom, and if you look hard enough, you'll find 2 first aids, which is a bad sign, because that means you will probably need them soon. You hear loud and violent knocking, and you have no choice but to investigate.
Oh my fucking lord!
Sorry.
You find your beloved wife, Mia, is now zombified and unleashes a barrage of near-death attacks with a knife. You're pretty much helpless until she knocks herself out.
Oh my fucking lord, guys!
Leave me alone,
Seriously?
almost like she's been possessed by something, and is obviously aware, at least to some degree, of her actions. A lot of people hate Mia Winters for all she's done to Ethan, but here you either see her literally trying to kill herself or at least knock herself unconscious to avoid harming her husband anymore. You, the player, are probably just as confused as Ethan is, but don't worry, I'll be getting into all the story stuff later and explain why Mia is doing all this and everything else that's happening. You look around a little bit, possibly trying to escape, sadly to no avail. When you get close to Mia again, she seemingly is forced back onto her feet and attacks you again, this time throwing you through the wall. This is the first boss of the game and the first bit of combat you're thrown into. The strategy is pretty simple. Keep swinging the axe and walk backwards, just out of her range before she attacks. If done correctly, you should beat her pretty fast in about a minute. You just may live another day after all. And I put huge emphasis on may live. It'll be important later, I promise. I should also know that right before the boss starts...
Dude, that chop, by the way, is actually so brutal sounding. That goes through her collarbone and like ends in her upper chest. That actually is so brutal of a swing.
Leave me, and then yells, go. Again, trying to make Ethan get away from her. Your goodbye doesn't last long because you hear the phone from the hallway ringing.
Come here.
You answer and hear a mysterious woman's voice tell you that you shouldn't have come here and to get to the attic. You put down the phone and hear a door unlock. Before leaving, you take one more glance at your now deceased wife, and disturbingly enough, she's gone. All that's left now is you and your trusty axe. If you've paid attention to the house's layout, you probably already know what to do. Use the bolt cutters on the dresser, you get a fuse, and use that to get access to the attic. One quick note, however, on your way back from getting the fuse, you will see Mia in the background. Spooky. After using the fuse, you encounter Mia once again, and this time she is really mad. She pins you to the wall and grabs a very horrific weapon, a chainsaw. Sound familiar? You manage to free her.
If he actually killed her, he's like, well, that sucked. Anyways, let's go home. Nothing else to do here.
In time to avoid deaths, but having no choice other than blocking, you lose your right hand. Mia leaves you be, and though not in the subtitle, she blurts out a few words consisting of, must contain outbreak, I promise. burn it all down. You get up and start making your way to the attic. Beforehand, make sure you pick up your hand for good luck. You can even examine it. You finally make it to the attic, you take a quick detour to the room on the right, and finally you have a true means of defense, a handgun. On top of that, it's the M19. At this point, you're not looking for Mia, you're hunting her to release her from whatever the heck has got into her. Scavenging around, you will get plenty of resources to handle her. This is the second boss in the game, and though harder than the previous one, the strat to beat her is pretty easy. Now, usually for me, I start off with a few axe swings. After I get hit, I'll heal and run away. Just don't do what I did and get myself killed after getting a good number of axe swings. Anyways, the secret is to make as many barriers between the two of you as possible and to keep your distance. After she saws through the first door, you have plenty of time to shoot her. When she gets close, run to the next door and close it behind you. She will always try to shimmy you by sawing the wall behind you. When you hear the sawing noise, open the door, step outside and shoot her some more. See the point I'm making? After she gets close the door, shoot her some more, keep your distance, and shoot her until you run out of bullets.
That's what, yeah, Dr. Red made a TikTok about that one time. He said average relationship in Ohio.
Bullets to finish her off, try to do the axe swing, and then walk back from the previous boss, though be careful because it is much harder this time around. If your aim is decent, you will win the battle with little issue. Trust me, my aim is horrible and I can pull it off. Now's as good a time as any to talk about the game's core combat mechanics, so I will need to bring up the topic a bit more later.
Oh, wow, I rarely let her get in that room.
But this boss is already a great way to try it out. So short and simple answer, it feels good. The shooting is responsive. You have a block button to help reduce damage when you get too close. And taking advantage of heal cancels, you can heal almost on a dime without...
Yeah, I mean, seriously, you want to go to McDonald's, she wants to go to Taco Bell, she's pulling out the chainsaw, swinging it wildly, running after you, you pull out the M1911. It's such a standard, quirky relationship, dude.
The gunplay, despite feeling very responsive, is intentionally a bit stiff, however. Not to the point that it feels bad, just that you don't feel like an expert gunning down a bunch of enemies, which is pretty on point to where the game's going anyways. So you finally defeat Mia, seemingly for good this time. Before she dies, she was able to mumble a couple last words for Ethan, being... kind of heartbreaking. She's not mad at all and sounds sorrowful for what she's done, and almost sounds relieved knowing that Ethan killed her before she could kill him. You may think you can finally take a breather, but things get unnerving and tense very, very fast. It gets quiet. Too quiet. But do not worry, because the silence is soon interrupted by a man. Not just any man. The murderer, sadistic psychopath.
Welcome to the family, son.
So many streamers had that as their sub sound for so long, dude, because of this game. Like every horror streamer had Welcome to the Family, Son as their...
Jack Baker.
Dude. Come on. Malum. I know, dude, that was very, very well edited. My only criticism of it is mild. My only criticism would just be a couple retakes on commentary things, but that's splitting hairs, dude. That was very well edited. For that to be Share Factory of all things, that was good. Doc watching Stamp watching Doc. He asked me to criticize it. I would just say, you know, if you think that there's a bad take, just give it a re-record, dude. I spend a ridiculous amount of time re-recording my commentary though, so just don't go too crazy with it, because then you'll end up overthinking stuff. But yeah. Very good, dude. Very good editing. You should be proud of that video. I know you are, but I'm just saying. Good. That's good shit. Kind of makes me want to play RE7 now. But we very recently played that. When did we last play it? I actually would be down for a good old classic Madhouse stream. Who cares, honestly? I don't care when the last time I played it is. I can play whatever I want, dude. But I feel like it was last month. It was March 22nd, dude. It's barely been over a month. Before I realized you were watching Doc, I thought you were playing RE1. I actually would be down to play either. But yeah, I always will love RE7, dude. That is the ultimate classic of this stream, is RE7 Madhouse. We all love a good classic. I have 291 hours of playtime on my Steam for this game. I still need to get all the trophies. The biggest issue is that I have to do all the DLC ones, and then I also have to the DLC ones, and then I also have to play normal and like get all the coins on normal, which is really annoying. And somehow I still don't have the one that says create all items that contain chem fluid and strong chem fluid. I don't know how I don't have that one yet. I have the one that I have that the least other players have is that's a spicy meatball. Oh, which is this one. Or no, 2.6 is probably the lowest. All the antique coins in Madhouse. But yeah, this one, kill an enemy by attaching a remote bomb to them and detonating it. The most ridiculous one is she's alive. How do you not get this? You literally get this achievement by showing up at the main house and you get this shit. Like, what the hell? I think you have to do it all in one playthrough. Ah, okay. That makes sense. I really want to play Shenmue, you guys. I want to play Shenmue 1. I know we played Zone of the Enders last stream, and Zone of the Enders was cool. Ah, God. Fucking neck is killing me, dude. And Zone of the Enders was cool, but I really want to play Shenmue. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. Have you ever seen, you guys here, ever seen Shenmue? I'm sure you have, but... Shenmue 1 has one of my favorite soundtracks ever. And 2. Let's see. I remember when I first put this into my Dreamcast and I played it. This music I felt was really eerie. It's literally the first song you hear in the game. It's called Free 1. It is, man. It's so good. I need a controller for this, though. I bet I could use my DualShock 2. I bet I could plug the DualShock 2 into the PC and use it. Hey, what's up, Fudge Me? Who's up chusting their jet? Excuse me? You know what, Fudge Me? Just for that. Just for that. I've got you in my sights. Yeah, that's right, dude. That's right. That's right. No ads for you. I'm doing that so you don't get ads. No ads for you, dude. I'm a big fan of Shenmue. Me too, man. I'm really sad to see how Shenmue 3 ended up. No ads for you. What are some of your guys' favorite like exploration or just overworld music? One of my favorites, oh god, dude, is Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. I don't know if you guys ever played this game. It was an awesome PS2 RPG. It came out in 2004. Oh yeah, Twilight Princess Hyrule theme. Let's see. This one. They actually remastered this recently too. Yeah, this has some of my favorite overworld music. PS2. Of course, Persona 3. A lot of people don't realize Persona 3 Portable has like some of the best music, dude. Like this is the school theme of Persona 3 Portable. For the FemC they call her, because you could play as a guy or a girl in Persona 3 Portable. Not in Reload, I don't believe. Persona 3 is an interesting game too because it actually is out on so many fucking platforms, dude. PS2, the original Persona 3, and then it got Persona 3 FES, which is like an anniversary edition. Then it got portable, and then portable and FES got re-released, and then we got Persona 3 Reload. So there's like 5 versions of Persona 3 out there now. So fucking many versions, dude. Yeah, RE4 literally everywhere. Trying to think what else. I mean, obviously Persona 4 is full of bangers. I have not played Persona 4 on stream, but I have finished it many times. I'd like to play it on stream at some point, but you know, those 100-hour JRPGs are just so hard to like, they're hard to like want to get through because they're just so fucking long, dude. Why do fighting game OSTs fuck so unbelievably hard? Like if you're locked in, that track ain't lasting all that long. Yeah. Dude, Infinite Azure from Tekken 7. One of the greatest fighting game songs ever. Also known as Moonsider's First. It's seriously so fucking good. Anything from Third Strike, just about. Like the arranged OST of Third Strike. And I've played this one before, but this is one of my favorites. This part right here. Oh my god, man. Yeah, this one is great too. Every time I hear this, I just hear Necro saying, "Let's get it on," at the beginning. Every fucking song in this soundtrack is so good, dude. Beats in my head. That's easily the most annoying one. But it's still good. It still bangs. By the way, I found a 4K upscaled intro of this the other day. Check this out. I think I showed this before, but this is amazing. 4K upscaled. I'm going to play it in full quality too. It is amazing. By Green Tea Gaming. Oh my god. So vibrant. Beautiful. This game just had such a hip-hop feel to it, which was perfect for the late 90s. Man, that was Capcom's Platinum era for sure. Late 90s, early 2000s, that was Capcom's Platinum era. First C looking kind of funky, yeah. Yeah, the rapper, he actually did an interview about that too. He was on a podcast a few years ago where he said, you know, they basically came in and they played a beat that was kind of similar to, you know, those Third Strike beats. And they just asked the rappers, you know, just freestyle over it, just rap over it. And we'll see if we like, you know, your flow, see if we like the way you're flowing on it. And when he got done, they didn't even let him leave the room. They pretty much said, yeah, we want to use you guys. And they're just like, you have studio on Sunday. And it was like 36 hours away. So they basically said, you have 36 hours to write all the music that's going to have rap in it. And it needs to be ready to put down on the final track and record by Sunday. So he was like, what do I do? Do I just sit here and say, fuck, I can't get all this together? Or do I start getting my shit together? And do I write the songs? And he wrote them and wrote some of the best that Street Fighter has ever had. And Infinite is also the announcer. He's the announcer for the whole game, which is great. Here's the interview where he talked about it. Imagine if Third Strike used Chief Keef.
But the fact that you were in Street Fighter.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Crazy. Because I know as a kid, we played Street Fighter. You know what I mean? How did that even come up?
Capcom is a big video game company, you know, and they came to Canada looking for their guy.
You can even hear it. You know, obviously we know it's him. He's a little bit older now, but you can hear the way he's talking. You can hear the round one fight and different things.
They did an audition and everybody was there. Everybody went to the audition. I seen everybody at the audition. And I
old dirty bastard would have been sick.
Like, I think Ghetto Concept was at the audition. Maestro was at the audition. Cardi was at the audition. Chaclair, Mishi. Anybody you could think of at that time was there. Sarkti, everybody. Mm-hmm. And I guess nobody was prepared. Well, everybody was prepared, you know, but the beat that they put on for you to rap on, you didn't know what it was going to be.
Okay.
So it was some fast video game, doom, 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 like some fast 100 and some tempo. So I guess when it was my turn, you're not allowed in the room when anybody's up there auditioning.
Yeah.
When it's your turn, they call you in the room, and you just see them sitting at the table. You on the stage, they have their pen. They put on the beat, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And then it's an opportunity, bro. I wasn't gonna let that pass, bro. I rapped on that 100 and something beat. I rapped on that fast beat, and I stayed on it, bro. You know. And at the end of it, I think it was the next day or later that day, they contacted us and said, yo, we want to use you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I ended up doing the voices, like round one. Fight.
What?
Yes.
I thought it was just, okay, I have a song and stuff.
Nah. The crazy thing, they told me on a Sunday.
Oh, this part, yeah.
You have studio tomorrow. Like, we're going to go to studio. We're we want you to record 3 songs.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
That wasn't even written yet. So I'm like, how am I gonna do this?
Yeah.
It's either I just say, oh, I can't do it. I don't have 3 songs.
Yeah.
Opportunity gone. Or I start writing these 3 songs right now.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, yeah, we'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote 3 songs. I never did that before. 3 songs in less than 24 hours, son.
And they were amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was for Street Fighter.
This is for Street Fighter 3. And so when you're picking your character,
Yeah.
you hear a song in the menu. You hear me rapping. When the game's over, you hear me rapping. And then the theme song, that was my favorite one. The one that they used for the main anthem. Street Fighter 3, that was crazy. Like,
That's
yeah.
the fact that you actually did the voiceover parts too.
Yeah.
That's the part that is to me. That's the crazy part there. Fight. You know what I mean?
They
That's
gave
the
me,
crazy
they
part.
gave me pages.
Yeah.
I must have said something 450 words or phrases like KO, you lose.
That, you can really hear it right there, dude. That's so cool how he can just flip into that. If they just add a little bit of echo on what he said right there, that's literally the voice.
Words or phrases like KO, you lose, or like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things that you would hear in video games. So, I mean, that was an experience, man. That was an
That's
experience,
crazy.
man.
There. And why did they choose to come to Canada to look for artists, opposed to are they an American company or are they a Japanese company?
I know, isn't that cool? I love that clarification. This is for Street Fighter 3. Yeah. Street Fighter 3, the 3rd iteration of Street Fighter 3 even. Because Street Fighter 3 was not popular. In fact, I would say Street Fighter 3 New Generation and Double Impact or Second Impact were pretty much known as the reason why Street Fighter was dying. And Third Strike was like, okay, if we just put everything into this, they're like, okay, if we just put everything into this final 3rd ultimate iteration of Street Fighter 3, we're just going to throw everything at it and see if it's going to work. And in my opinion, they made the greatest fighting game of all time.
Japanese.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they decided, let's try Canada.
Yeah, like, I mean, Japanese to the point where they weren't even talking English. They had a translator come in and did that.
They're both pulling out each other's accents more and more, yeah.
That guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah. This pod.
That's so cool, man.
KO, you lose.
That's so cool, man. Actually hearing him do that. But yeah, that's just a neat story. You know, Capcom obviously had a vibe that they wanted for the game. They wanted it to have that hip hop aesthetic, and they went to Canada of all places. I don't know why they would go to Canada, but I'm glad they did, because if it wasn't Infinite, that game would have been completely different. He definitely was a massive, massive part of that game's atmosphere. Oh yeah, New Generation and Second Impact aren't bad games. They're just, they're not considered the best. Oh yeah, for sure. Street Fighter 6's music seems to be influenced a lot more by Third Strike than anything too, because they're just kind of doing new stuff instead of, oh, let's do the 30th like epic orchestral remix of Ryu's theme all the way from 1991. Let's do something new, and I like that. Because of course they could have easily gone in that direction, but let's get some new stuff, man. New themes, new vibes, new story elements, all kinds of shit. But yeah, I will definitely be playing Third Strike sometime soon, because I do love it so much. But for tonight, gamers, what do we play? What do we do? Or are we going and doing that? What the hell? That was so delayed. YouTube is glitchy as fuck, dude. YouTube is glitchy as fuck. Have you guys ever watched Undisputed? Undisputed was one of my favorite shows on all of TV because it was this guy named Skip Bayless who's literally in his 70s, but he was in his late 60s for the majority of that show. And it was just two guys like fucking screaming at each other live on TV. And Skip having an absolute meltdown. It's the funniest shit ever. Look at this. He was like 68 years old when this happened. On national TV, he had this meltdown, all because he loves the Dallas Cowboys and they lost. Football team.
See if he can do that. And what happens on 2nd and 2 at the 26?
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Hey, what's up, Mag? We actually were talking about playing Madhouse earlier because Doc posted a video about it. Look at this, Mag. This guy is a professional sports analyst, and he had an absolute meltdown on national TV. He was like 68 years old when this happened, by the way.
Let's see if he can do that. And what happens on 2nd and 2 at the 26? My guy waves out. My guy waves out. Just like Chicago. It's the Chicago nightmare all over again. Zeke waves out. Take me out, coach.
Oh, we ain't gonna talk about this.
Take me out. It's my turn. It is. You told me it was my turn.
You can talk all that you want to, yell and scream. You lost.
It is my turn.
You lost the game.
It's my turn.
Oh my God. Look at his face.
It's my turn. It is. You told me it was.
Oh my God, dude. Fucking relax, dude. Your blood pressure's got to be through the roof. There's a whole compilation of heated moments from that show, too. Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp, most heated moments of 2022. Here's an all-time. How was my day? It was great. I slept a lot. You texted me at like 4-ish talking about some work stuff at your job, and I texted you about that. But outside of that, all I did today was sleep. Yeah, Shannon Sharp is on ESPN now. Bro was 3 BPM away from turning into and Skip is still on FS1. This is the other host, Shannon Sharp. He's actually a former pro football player. He's a 3-time Super Bowl champion and a Hall of Famer. Amazing tight. He was a tight end. That was his position. And he was able to play that position until he was 35. Well, Skip frequently disrespected him and just kept saying that Tom Brady is better for no reason. He just was being petty as fuck and kept insulting Shannon, acting like he was a bum, even though he's a fucking 3-time champion that's in the Hall of Fame.
Talked to Tom Brady once in my life.
I don't know.
No. I resent that. I do. I seriously. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I don't like that.
Skip, don't
you crossed the line.
Skip,
Dude, he's having such childish meltdowns on TV. What's up, Dave?
Sorry, I don't talk to anybody. I have never spoken one word to Tom Brady. Never tried to call him, never asked to interview him.
Hey, what's up, Kendo?
Hold on, wait a minute.
One time. The free throw line like nobody in the history of basketball.
Okay, President Trump, you gonna let me talk?
Oh, stop.
Give me my time. Let me talk. And I'm gonna let you go.
Oh,
okay?
so are you gonna give me the ultimate insult? Call me that guy?
You gonna talk over me?
Yeah. You want me to call you that guy?
If you're gonna talk over me, or you gonna let me talk?
You interrupt me all the time, but I'll let you get away with it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
That was exactly where he.
Here's another Cowboys game he's having a meltdown over.
You interrupt
Skip.
me all the time, but I'll let you get away with it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
That was exactly
What's
where
up, Joe?
he aimed
Are you
at.
already here?
He threw it to him to turn upfield. I tweeted it immediately. He has to turn and run, and he was looking to.
Look at this is Jenny Taft. She was their moderator. Moderator basically meaning she introduced the topics, and they would scream at each other about them. And look at her face while he's going on this fucking childish meltdown. How is Miss Stamp? Well, she's asleep now, but she did say literally 2 words on the stream earlier. She said hello and goodbye. But she's doing good. But yeah, watch her face during this meltdown.
I tweeted it immediately. He has to turn and run, and he was looking to run with it and flat out took his eyes off. I'm happy you showed that video. That was one of his smartest throws of the night. Way to go.
They do, as a big 3, have the most explosive.
Hey, I'm not even beginning to finish here. You got to let me go.
Wishing she was, okay, fudge me. We're not going there tonight. That conversation has lit up Twitter for all the wrong reasons. I'm not going there with that hypothetical.
Hey, I'll let you talk first. What are you talking
It's
about?
not about talking first. Give me
Kevin
Durant 15 minutes, damn.
Kevin Durant, James Harden is the great
debate topics. I'm never going in the field to interview anybody. See, those guys have to be very careful because if you critique the all-time greats too harshly, they won't do an interview with you. They won't sit down with you. I don't give a damn if they talk to Shannon Sharp.
What your guy had? This is easy. He was gonna have it. He was a
Pondering if they got to for Cowboys haven't been good in years, but people still, dude, if you're a Cowboys fan, all you do is suffer.
stop.
Literally all you do is suffer. But yeah, they're one of those franchises that is so popular because of their merch, because of their look, because of their reputation, that they will always make exorbitant amounts of money. So it really doesn't matter whether or not they win. They still bring in billions every year. Oh, I will. Yeah, Skip arguing with himself. This is most heated moments of 2022. This one's also hilarious.
See, the problem that I have with a lot of people is that they try to make things mutually exclusive. Tom Brady doesn't care about stats. Tom Brady don't care about this. Bull jive.
Bull jive to you.
Bull jive.
Who cares about winning Super Bowls?
Quarterbacks are the most arrogant people that play professional sports. You know that and I know it. A little bit.
He'll be a free agent.
Yeah, he'll be a free agent. He's free.
Yeah.
Hey, don't nobody want him. How you not want something that's free?
He looked at the camera for that one.
Free candy, somebody grab a handful of it. I mean, free clothes, free chairs, somebody go come out and get one. Free Bibles, people will take one. Make a free agent, ain't nobody want him.
Okay.
How you not want something that's free? Football game.
Okay, so here's what I know. Last year with Tyreek Hill.
Right now.
Hey, stop it! It is my turn.
You going back to last year.
Time out. It is my turn.
I like when Shannon yells, he tries to yell over him. He's like, Shannon just got loud. I have to get even louder. He has to compete, dude.
Here's what I know. Last year with Tyreek Hill.
Right now.
Hey, stop it! It is my turn.
You going back to last year.
Time out. It is my turn. I gave you all of your phony baloney that you spewed all over the table. It is my turn. It is my turn. Asked.
But you picked them.
This part.
You picked the Bengals.
I told you I'm not going to pick them anymore. Don't give me that baloney.
That's what you giving me, baloney. I'm not going to pick them. I don't want to jinx them.
What did I tell you? Wait. What did I predict before the year started? I said the Hall of Fame, but for 6 straight years on this show, you have tried to send Tom Brady home.
Now, Skip.
Is it time for him to go home?
Is
it time for him to go home? I need it on the record. I need it right now. No.
This is so childish. I need it right now. No.
Time for him to go home. I need it on the record. I need it right now. No. We got to go bigger picture.
No, we don't.
You're saying
Let's
he's awful.
talk about this.
Has he?
What you always do. You always try to shit.
Acting like a child on national TV. And he was like 71 years old during this little meltdown too.
Go big picture. Go to yesterday. Behind Washington Commanders, New York Giants, and it did what it needed to do. Now those 2 drives, and you were still behind. And yeah, come on, Skip, don't do that now. You being real petty, bro. Let me talk.
I haven't said a word.
I know you're doing them. Come on, that's childish. Your team lost. That is very childish. Let me talk.
Your opinion is childish.
Go ahead.
Go. And you're telling me Brady got
This part.
baloney. It's the biggest bunch of baloney you've ever spewed. Matthew Stafford, guess what? Baloney.
Look at this man shaking with anger and slamming the table. Look at him on the right here.
And you're telling me Brady got outplayed. Baloney. It's the biggest bunch of baloney you've ever spewed. Matthew Stafford. Guess what Matthew Stafford had in the second half? It's my turn. Stop it. It is my turn because Matthew Stafford. Oh, that's really funny.
Yes.
Matthew
you still lost, Skip. He lost.
You know what? How did he look yesterday? You get an F?
No. I got the floor. Because all you do is bring up those 11 games. All you do is go back to talk about when he was a rookie and won 7 games. I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about because I got the floor. Baker Mayfield is dead last in 2022 in QBR.
Blah, blah,
He's
blah.
dead last. I don't care, blah, blah, blah. He's 57.8. He's 30-30.
This is how you know you've lost an argument, when your entire argument has devolved to just saying blah, 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 blah.
Blah, blah.
You going to let me talk? Hold on.
Real good.
Wait a minute.
Yep.
This guy, you talking about he did the shot of shots at LeBron's house. Why can't he win the finals without Steph, Clay, and Drake? If he's what you said he is, why
And Oscar Myers, bunch of baloney.
Shot.
was
the
shot.
real coach, yeah.
They still giving out COVID shots. They got the second booster available now. So that's the only shot Kevin Durant's going to get.
I've had 5, so.
That's the only shot Kevin Durant's going to get. He throws talent. He yell and scream. You criticize Aaron Rodgers for doing the exact same thing.
I do. I do.
Criticize him.
Okay.
Criticize him.
It works.
No, see, now
It works.
It is, Joel.
He's won 7
See?
Super Bowls. No, it's not. You see.
You make him my point.
You said they were dead. Now you're trying to say, well, I don't know. It's about the division.
There's baloney again.
Baloney. It's about the division.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you trust the Cowboys?
Okay. I'm a 9 because I got them going 12-5. I like this quarterback.
Because you hadn't answered the question about Cooper Rush yet.
What are you talking about?
Because that's what you do.
If you'll stay on point on question.
You never stay on point.
Okay, I'm about to stay on point.
You're not going to get on point until I'm done talking.
Okay, all right.
That's right.
Spew all your hate.
I'm going to spew it
your
all.
Baker hate. Spew it. Look sillier than any man in the history of the world has made you look.
If he making me look silly now.
6
if
straight
he making
years.
me looking silly now.
He
will.
making me looking silly? I need it. I need you to tell me.
I said he was terrible. I said he was terrible yesterday.
How did they keep this going? They were doing this show from 2016 until last year. They very recently split up, but they did this shit for 7 years. Dude, I wouldn't be able to handle this. Talking with Skip when he has decided what his point is going to be is like talking to a fucking brick wall.
He was terrible for the first 6 weeks.
Is he washed?
You see it.
Is it time to go home?
It's been that time.
I think it's my turn. I let you spew all your baloney start the show. I didn't say a freaking word.
Yep, that's what I said, John. So what happened to end this show, I think might be in this video. But basically they had a Tom Brady segment, which if you guys know, he's won 7 Super Bowls. He's like the most successful NFL quarterback of all time. And Skip out of nowhere just says, time out. This is about you being jealous of Tom Brady because you had to stop at 35 and he's still playing at a high level at 45. And Shannon's like, what? What does that have to do anything? He's like, what does that have to do with anything? And then he got pissed and he said, I did what I did. You make it sound like I was a bum. And he goes, I'm in the effing Hall of Fame. I got 3 Super Bowls. And then Skip goes, so what? So what? He's way better than you were. Way better. Just for no reason. He brought that out. And Shannon legit looked like he was about to choke him.
It's not. Okay, here we go. It is my turn.
He still lost. Take the rest of the show.
Okay.
He still lost.
So
17.8 because
Let me see if that clip is in here. I think it is.
got the. You would take a personal shot at me.
Yeah, here it is.
all right.
Blah blah blah. But you do
Right here.
Every time I call something into question, I'm jealous.
No,
Skip, I did what I
never
did.
said you were jealous of Baker Mayfield.
Skip, I did what I did. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame.
Okay,
I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what?
So what?
He's way better than you were.
I'm better than
way
you.
Better.
Skip, what? I got to see what you do. No,
I'm
you
going to keep it on the game.
What is the point of that?
Go ahead.
All right, well, let's go to the next topic.
Okay, then, let's go.
All right.
Because you ain't going to do it. You will let me talk like I let you talk.
I let you talk for
No, you
8 freaking minutes.
All you do is go back to talk about 2016. You talk about the 11 games. You never stay on
I'm trying
topic.
to talk about yesterday. Do I get to talk about yesterday?
When I tried to talk about you, hold on.
Whew.
And every time I turn around, bro,
Yeah, so this is the continuation of that last clip where he says you take a personal shot.
personal shots.
No, I don't take personal shots. You started it.
Time out. You would take a personal shot at me.
I didn't take a personal shot at you.
Wait a minute.
What are you talking about?
You would take a personal.
Put your glasses back on.
Can I finish? I see a water bottle. They're like this. I'm like, ma'am, with this.
Man, I hate how they keep cutting this clip off, but this is the segment here.
Okay, I'm on record. I think that's been going on for about 5 years.
No.
Anyways, that segment right there. Yeah, he was fucking pissed. That was the reason why Shannon ultimately ended up leaving, because he disrespected him for no reason. You know, he was like, you would take a personal shot at me to support him. And then Skip is like, well, because you disrespect him or some other bullshit. Yeah, the end of the clip is actually right here. It's at the end of the video.
Me. To say this man is better than me because I say he's playing bad this year?
Well, because
Go ahead.
you disrespect him. It's just so. You know what? It's beneath your
You would
dignity.
disrespect me to support him.
No, well, I'll support him over anybody because he's the greatest player who ever played your game, and it's by
Have at it.
far.
Have at it.
Okay,
Take off,
I'm
bro.
going to have at it because I'm going to have at you.
Yeah. Really bad look. I think Skip couldn't differentiate between what was show and what was a personal shot. Shannon in this moment actually was being genuine, but Skip had been doing this dance for so long with Shannon he couldn't perceive disrespect. Yeah, I think Skip just took it as we're just amping it up. We're amping the excitement up to 11 because it's TV. But it's like there's still lines you don't cross. I mean, you disrespected the shit out of him by saying, "So what? Oh yeah, you just made it to the NFL. You know, the high like." Only a few hundred people are even good enough to make the league, much less win 3 fucking championships and be in the fucking Hall of Fame. Have an insanely successful career like you did. And he's just sitting here saying, so what? What? And then just looking at the screen go, he's way better than you were. Way better. Who cares? They don't even play the same position. He retired at 35, probably just age, yeah. Yeah, Skip, he just defends Tom Brady to absurd degrees. But yeah, that's what ultimately caused Shannon to leave. So yeah, let me watch this video that John linked now. Skip Bayless debates himself.
Aaron Rodgers is historically, transcendentally, specially great. No, you know why? Because Aaron Rodgers is hot and Aaron Rodgers is cold. Are you kidding me? He is not consistently historically great.
Look how shocked he looks, dude.
Transcendentally great. He's above anybody who's playing this game on a human level right now. He's also the most overhyped quarterback in the history of pro football. That is the most laughable statement you have ever made in the history of this show. Okay? So it's Aaron bleeping Rodgers. He's Errant Rodgers. E-R-R-A-N-T Rodgers. Here's what you won't have an answer for. The play of the
editing
game
is so good,
and
dude.
the play of the year and the play of this century. That was special. There was nothing special about this play. No. Yes.
Undisputed.
Yeah, Undisputed actually had a Lil Wayne theme song, which I absolutely cannot play. But yeah, it was lightning in a bottle. I used to watch the clips all the time. Every time a big sporting event would happen and I actually wanted like entertaining debate about it, I would watch Undisputed. But now that Shannon is on ESPN with Stephen A. Smith and Skip just has like a rotating cast of different people. He's got like Keyshawn Johnson and Michael Irvin, and he had Richard Sherman, but I think Richard Sherman left also because of a disrespectful back and forth that happened between him and Skip. So people are speculating that Richard Sherman quit the show. He's going to hold the guitar up and just down, 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 the same string and same 2 notes over and over while the crowd goes absolutely fucking wild. With no pick, by the way, he did that. Man, I'm going to miss that for sure. But yeah, I respect Shannon for leaving. You know, he felt like, he said in a podcast episode about why he left, he was like, I'm not going to be a slave to loyalty. Basically meaning, yeah, Skip gave me the opportunity to go on Undisputed, but that doesn't mean that I have to be loyal to him and let him disrespect me every day. That's not going to happen. And I respect the fuck out of that. Yeah, just because somebody gave you an opportunity doesn't mean that you're forever indebted to them. That's not how that works, you know? It's not transactional. I gave you an opportunity, so you just let me take whatever personal shots I want, and there's no repercussions for me. No, fuck that. You gotta at least stand up for yourself. 0 tone, 0 skill, thousands of milligrams of illicit substances. No, Skip was just a journalist. So he had no grounds to even be insulting Shannon like that. That's what makes it even more ridiculous. He was literally just a journalist telling a Hall of Famer, so what? Yeah. Why is he so critical? Because he's been on TV for a long time, and he's very influential journalist, and he has very strong opinions, and he's just, you know, for better or worse, he is one of the most sports-obsessed human beings on the face of the fucking earth. He just is. Here's the thing that's crazy about Skip. He took his now wife, named Ernestine. He took her on a date. They went for pizza in New York City, and he's told this story a bunch, and his wife has told it a bunch. On a first date with his, at the time, it was their literal first date, so I guess you wouldn't even call them girlfriend and boyfriend yet, but he told her, hey, if this goes anywhere between me and you, you'll always be number 2 to sports, and you'll always be number 2 to my job. Dude, this guy's a psychopath. Who would say that? Imagine I take a girl out on a first date and the first thing I tell her is, yeah, just letting you know you're always going to be number 2 to my career. Just so you know. What? Yeah. They got married anyway, but she basically said, like, I disregard that because, the way you were acting wasn't representative of that. You did treat me like I was number 1, but still, that's a crazy thing to say. Because he's clearly unbiased by having played and knowing the players, and obviously has the most insane knowledge of football ever. He simply was held back by a body and code of ethics. Yeah. Well, he played basketball. Skip Bayless played basketball in high school, and he averaged like 1.2 points a game, so don't fuck with Skip Bayless. Do not fuck with him. And of course, he gave the classic story of my coach hated me, or the coach wanted to have his son in the game more than me, and that's why I suffered. Otherwise, I would have averaged 30, bro. I would have made it to the championship game. I would have made it to the league, but my coach forgot to send the tapes in. I hate when that happens. Skip Bayless fucking shit up on the court like Hansel's White Jordan. Plus, Skip isn't actually a Cowboys fan. He does it because he knows it gathers a lot of heat. Yeah. Well, it's like his Tim Tebow segments back in the day. And Tom Brady, like, he just is taking on this character of somebody who defends them no matter what because it makes for high ratings and good TV. He knows that. The other thing Skip is most famous for is shit-talking LeBron James. And just being incredibly critical of him to an absurd degree. Like the other day, he was talking about LeBron choked yet again, and talking about how it's impossible to give LeBron the excuse that he's gassed. When Kevin Durant lost the playoffs against the Bucks a few years ago, Skip gave him the excuse that he was gassed. So it only works on players that Skip likes, apparently, but if he doesn't like you, then you can't say that you're gassed. Oh, Denver did fuck them up for real. But I'm not a delusional LeBron fan that just thinks that everything is rigged against him or whatever. I just say, like, yeah, they got their asses beat. He probably will never win another championship, and that's just how it is. Yeah, that's basically what it is, Dr. Red. LeBron has, like, for lack of a better way to explain it, LeBron has made Skip's career in a lot of ways, because Skip was like the one person who was just straight up insulting LeBron and calling him a choke artist and calling him, saying that he gave the worst performance in history and stuff like that. And he's been consistently the one person saying things like that. Oh yeah, I'm from very close to where LeBron was born. Very close to the Akron area. So yeah, I'm a LeBron fan, but I'm not delusional. I'm not going to sit here and say that a 40-year-old dude is supposed to put a team on his back and win the finals. That shit just doesn't happen. Gary Vitti, who was a trainer for the Lakers for many years, you can actually see him, like, whenever Kobe would dislocate his finger, he was the guy that would grab his finger and readjust it. And the way he described the NBA is like this. He said, basically, when players are like 21 to 30, every year is just great. As long as they do routine maintenance, they stretch, they do what they need to do, they eat right, you're fine. You can play, practice as much as you need to. Once you hit 30, and once you get into like 31, 32, every year is like 2 years on your body. Because, you're starting to feel all the bumps and everything that you did to your body in your 20s, it's starting to come back around. And once you hit 35, every year is like 5 years on your body. Because at that point, there's going to be tendons, that are worn out. There's going to be knee joints that are ready to go. There's going to be, you know, ACL, MCL, LCLs ready to go. If you do something wrong, it's very, very tough to maintain high performance in your late 30s. Yeah, that's the narrative right now that everybody's going on, is that he's on PEDs of some kind. You know, everybody switched from, oh my God, you know, we've never seen this before, to, well, he's definitely on PEDs. You're at your peak when you're 30. After that, every 5 years is a big blow on your body and only increases. Well, I mean, consider what NBA players are doing. You know, they're taking hits, they're falling on a hard court, they're jumping super high, putting tons and tons of stress on their knees every time they land, their ankles, their joints. That's why if you look at players like Shaq or Magic Johnson or Charles Barkley, when they retire, they walk with their legs like perfectly straight. They can barely bend their knees anymore because the fucking knees are just not allowed. They will not continue to bend the way that they used to when you land that much on a hard court and run on it. A basketball court is just not ideal for your knees or your ankles. No, it's not as physical as it used to be. You're 100% right about that. But my point is just like the jumping and landing is the biggest strain on your body. And when you do that for fucking 21 years, as LeBron has, I am amazed that he hasn't had like multiple leg and ankle and knee surgeries. I mean, that's what happened to Kobe. When Kobe got into the later stage of his career, dude, his body just broke down. Remember his last year was just sad to watch. Like, his last game was obviously really exciting, but his last year was just, he just looked like a shell of himself. It was really sad to watch. His body just broke down. So yeah, the narrative now is that LeBron must be on PEDs, which, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say he's not. I certainly don't fucking know. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, it has never happened before that somebody... PEDs is performance-enhancing drugs. But yeah, a lot of people... Yeah, roids, performance-enhancing drugs. It can be a lot of things. HGH, human growth hormone, which is a steroid, I think, that people use to basically stimulate muscle growth, even when, you know, your body's natural muscle growth abilities start to fade away as you get into like your 40s and 50s and stuff. Dude, fucking, he's on that blue pill? Oh no. Cialis. You know what's hilarious is the other day, I was actually watching a Skip Bayless video where Skip called LeBron the greatest driver to the basket ever. And some idiotic hater in the comments was like, he's not the greatest driver ever, dude. And stop saying that. And I just responded and said, okay, name a better one. And this idiot said Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving is a better driver to the basket than LeBron James. Okay, bud. That's the biggest delusion. What a delusional take. What the fuck are you on about, dude? Viagra is blue, Cialis is pink. Bro was on Limitless. That fucking movie with Bradley Cooper or whatever. Didn't some fighting game players at one point took some kind of attention and yeah, wasn't that Adderall? Yeah, somebody said Kyrie Irving, and then he told me, he's like, sit down, little kid, while the adults are talking. And then somebody said Kobe and Bird are better drivers to the basket. It's like, you mean the dudes that would regularly get trucked over when a big was in the post and knocked him over? LeBron is the one doing the trucking. Tell me who's stopping a 6'9", 260, 70-pound dude coming down the lane at high speed. Who's stopping that? Nobody. Fuck right out of here with that nonsense. LeBron is built like a fucking linebacker. You're not stopping him as he's running down the lane full speed. Kyrie Irving is certainly not a better fucking driver to the basket. That is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. I mean, dude that said that was on a fucking burner account, so I don't give it any credence, but look at this shit. Here was the response. Kyrie Irving, now hush up when grown-ups are talking. I said name a better one. Kyrie, now hush up when grown-ups are talking. What? Anyways, don't ever get into these stupid comment sections when it comes to sports, dude. It's such a waste of time. $30 millivanilligrams. Yeah, there was also a Counter-Strike team. It was like 2014 or 15. There was a bunch of controversy because this guy who used to be on Cloud9's Counter-Strike team came out and said something. He just like casually dropped, oh yeah, we were all on Adderall anyway, so we didn't know, something. And so that started like a big controversy of esports players taking Adderall. But I thought the stupid thing about it, I thought Adderall didn't do anything on its own. Like, I thought Adderall was only to correct an issue, not... Like, you can't just take Adderall and magically become more focused, right? Is that even how it works? Not that I would know anything about it, but... So they're sitting... Apparently, so they're sitting there drinking Red Bull and Rockstar and taking Adderall. Like, how would that help you? That actually seems like it would hurt you. That would make your aim really shaky, wouldn't it? All that caffeine and all that Adderall. Spinning off the perks like he's a laundromat. What the fuck? Adderall's like speed to people that don't need it. Yeah. It's just weird. Like, that wouldn't necessarily help you. Yeah, isn't it like a very mild dosage of amphetamines? It's kind of what it is. It's a type of amphetamine I was out of my old childhood. I hate it. Yeah, I'm not gonna say too much about this because, to be quite honest, I don't know anything about it. I mean, I really don't. But what I will say is, I think that it is a little ridiculous that people like immediately go to pills. Like right off the bat, people jump to pills to prescribe certain things. It's like, let's not look at diet. Let's not look at sleep schedule. Let's not look at all these things that make total logical sense. Let's just give a pill to like a child that can't focus in school. Like, there's a lot of other things that could be going on. But, I've also heard from doctors' perspectives that people don't want to hear that. A lot of people are like, I don't want, of course, you can go to any doctor and they can tell you, oh, you don't sleep enough. Oh, you need to change your diet. But people don't want to hear that. They want you to fix it. They're like, oh, give me a pill because I want you to fix it. You could go to any fucking doctor and they can tell you that, oh, yeah, you need more sleep. Okay. No shit. Are you going to actually help me? It doesn't help for someone to tell you that you need more sleep. It doesn't do anything for anybody, really. I fought my girl about putting my kid on it. I won. Yeah. I think, kids are just not normally going to be adjusted to that type of thing. What kid wants to sit there and remain completely still in school for 8 hours? No fucking kid wants to do that. I think it's a culture problem because, of course, we all know that fixing the problem at its core with better sleep and diet is the ideal. I think us as a society feel under pressure that we don't have the time to do those things, so we depend on the pills just to keep us alive to make life work. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And, you hear from a lot of people that they're too stressed to get better sleep. I can't get better sleep because I'm too stressed. How am I supposed to get better sleep when I've got this deadline coming up and that deadline coming up, and I'm responsible for like this whole team and our success depends on me? And I get it. That is very fucking stressful, incredibly stressful. So yeah, you can't just flip a switch and magically sleep more like we all would love to do. But yeah, you just never know. Skip Bayless though? Yeah, Skip constantly brags about waking up at like 2:30 in the morning. And something really weird about him is that him and his wife sleep in separate bedrooms on days that he works. Like, what the hell? What's going on here? I can only sleep well if I don't eat anything after like 7 p.m. If I eat anything after 7 p.m., I just, for some reason, can't sleep. And if I do end up falling asleep, I have the weirdest, most vivid dreams like ever. They're not always nightmares, but they're just extremely vivid dreams. So my new strategy has just been never eat after 7 p.m. and I can sleep a lot easier. And it's been helping a ton. So that's been great. I'd probably want to sleep in separate beds. You guys are like trying to fall asleep and immediately he launches into a fucking rant about how LeBron was born without a Jordan-esque clutch gene. And he just keeps mumbling in his sleep, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. I wouldn't be surprised. I feel more tired when the sun's out. Yeah, working third shift was one of the worst experiences in terms of sleep for me because I would wake up. It's my turn. Screams, it's my turn. I would wake up at like 9 p.m. and we would have to be at our store by 10. And then we did a 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. And every single person on that shift with us was on so much caffeine. It was a wonder like anybody could sleep ever. So you finish your shift at 7 a.m. The sun is just coming up or it's been up for just a little bit, depending on if it's daylight savings or not. And then you go home and you're driving home while the sun's out. So of course you're feeling more energized because of that. So by the time you get home, you actually want to stay up for a while and do some other stuff. But you're also exhausted. Your body's exhausted. So it's like, man, you just don't know what to do. So we bought light blocking blinds and we always tried our best to try to get sleep as soon as we got home. But even then, it's like you wake up after you sleep. And if you sleep for 8 hours, you wake up at 3 p.m. And so you're up for 6 hours and then you're starting to get tired right as you have to go back into work. So there was like no good solution. The only good solution for me was staying up until 2 p.m. and then just sleeping until 9 or so. That was the only good solution for me. And of course, I did not have weekends off back then. So whenever my friends or my family wanted to do anything, I would be the one person that would always be at the family gathering falling asleep because it would be the normal time for me to sleep. You know, my circadian rhythm or whatever was all fucked up. I will add this from a perspective of an educator in a low socioeconomic income level. 1, some households simply do not have the means to fix environmental factors. 2, we're in a mental health crisis. It takes years to get a diagnosis, let alone see the results from therapy to help manage symptoms. 3, people don't know how to differentiate lessons for diverse learning needs and don't want to. 4, it's easy to blame the disease without realizing the harm to the child and their, I think you mean family. But it cut your message off. I spent a whole second yapping about Tom Brady. Oh my God, now it's your turn. 5 to 6 hours is good for me. If I get more than that, I'm up for 24 hours. Honestly, same. Yeah, if I sleep 8 hours or more, like I just have zero obligations on a particular day and I sleep for 8 hours, if not longer, I am up for a very, very long time before I'm able to fall asleep again. I'll be up for like 19 hours. Which is just ridiculous, but, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, true. I feel best if I sleep like 5 to 6 hours. I feel more energetic and it just generally lasts longer for me. I almost feel like the whole thing about getting 8 hours of sleep is not, I mean, we all know that it's not a hard and fast rule, but there's some people out there that are like, yes, I absolutely must have my 8 hours every single day or I'm just insufferable. It's like, not me at all, dude. I'm good with my 4 to 6 hours and I'm chilling, you know? Another point kind of similar to what you brought up, Fudge Me, that I wanted to talk about is I know people and I've heard about this before. How do you feel about people that are in therapy for like years and years and years and make no perceivable improvement? Like, I'm not going to say who, but there's somebody that I know that is related to me who has claimed to be in therapy now off and on since 2015, but has made no noticeable change or improvement in their behavior or attitude towards other people whatsoever. And I'm like, man, if you've been going to therapy for 9 years and nothing is changing, I think you just like going and telling somebody about your problems. I think you just enjoy that and you're not actually trying to tackle the issue. I think you just want a place to vent, but you don't want to actually actually tackle the issue. So I'm finally switching from my 3 overnight and 15-hour shifts. I'll be switching over to a Monday through Friday split shift schedule where I work 4 hours in the early morning and 4 in the late evening, leaving me to do my classes in the day. Looking forward to the change. Yeah. I honestly didn't know if I was going to like being off weekends, but I'm glad that I am. Because, man, it was getting so exhausting. Always working the weekends, like being an opener every weekend. So I'm glad that I'm off weekends. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too, Fudge Me. It's like, dude, I appreciate that you're trying to tackle the problem, but if you've been doing this and you've been at this for this many years and you haven't even begun, there's no noticeable difference whatsoever. Like, clearly, either you're not putting in the effort or I don't even know what. And the thing that's weird about him is he uses it as like a shield. He's like, how can you say this to me when I'm in therapy or whatever? Like anytime you try to be even remotely honest with him, he just comes back with, well, I'm in therapy and my therapist said this and my therapist said that. It's like, dude, you just use it as a shield. That's not how this works. Like, we can't be honest with you. We can't be critical with you because you're in therapy. Where does that logic come in? Why do I have to censor what I say because of that? I don't know. Especially when they ask for your honest opinion, then it turns out they don't want it. Welp, you got it. Sorry. But yeah, switching to weekends off has been kind of a weird adjustment for me because I was so used to having Tuesdays and Wednesdays off. And funny enough, a lot of my regs had the exact same schedule I did. Probably because I was streaming super late on Monday nights and Tuesday nights. If you're in therapy, then you should be thankful for criticisms of your negative behaviors slipping back. Exactly. Instead of getting defensive and saying, well, I'm in therapy working on it right now. It's like, dude, checking my wrist with no watch on it. It's like, dude, you've been in therapy for 9 fucking years and nothing has changed. What is going on? Are you just going to do another 9 years and just keep using this as a forever societal shield against any and all criticism of your behavior? The hell's going on here? So I don't know. Anyways, what do we play, you guys? What do we play? I think I've rambled on long enough. We've been live for almost 2.5 hours. Do we play something, or are you guys good to continue talking? Doesn't matter to me. I'm an agent of the people. I do whatever you guys want me to do. But you know, that conversation just comes to mind. 2K. That conversation just comes to mind because me and a friend of mine were talking about it recently, and we were talking about the same person. It's like, you know, obviously there's something to be said about it, but like you said, it's a two-way street. You know, you get into therapy, or you get out of therapy what you put into it. And if you're doing what you're supposed to do, it should be something that you attend occasionally, temporarily, and then you start to make improvements and you don't need it anymore. It's not this thing that you just use as like a free vent session every single week. It's like, I feel like those people just like, well, not like, but it's like they enjoy the status of it and being able to tell people that they're working on it, but they don't want to lose it, because if they're not in therapy anymore, then people may expect them to be 100% like fixed. So they just stay in it for extended periods of time. Well, so the way I think about it is, it's a way to get you on the right track in terms of identifying the problem, adjusting your lifestyle to suit the path to recovering from that problem, and tackling, you know, mindset changes, tackling a lot of different things. It's lifelong. It's a way to check in and be held accountable. It's not something that should be daily, but it's something that should be constant. Well, I don't necessarily think it has to be lifelong. I think that, well, depending, obviously, it's there's going to be extenuating circumstances where it basically has to be lifelong. Well, when I say the problem, the reason why you went to therapy in the first place. You know, there has to be, most people, before they make that decision, there has to be some kind of a realization or an understanding that this is something that I want to work on. And there's a reason why you went there in the first place, you know. And again, there's extenuating circumstances. Obviously, things can happen to you that are out of your control, but in this situation, it's not. In this situation, it was someone who didn't like the way that they were treating people, and so they're going to therapy to work on that, but they haven't made any logical improvements. Like, they haven't made any improvements that are visible to anybody that interacts with them. Just had breakfast and we already this deep. I'm just talking about family nonsense, dude. Welcome back, Dr. Red. For me, I don't feel that there needs to be a reason for someone to want to better understand themselves, and therapy should be destigmatized. I don't have any, me personally, I don't have any stigma about it. I think it's a perfectly healthy thing. I just think that, you know, there's other methods and ways and means in which you can go about getting that assistance. It doesn't have to always be through therapy. And of course, it sounds very just buy a house to say, oh, talk to a friend, talk to a family member. Yeah, of course, that won't be a one-size-fits-all solution depending on what's going on. But, you know, there's definitely other methods that you can try to use. Yeah. Yeah, it's all malleable. It's all very dependent on the circumstances, the person, and their approach, and different things. But just strictly talking about this situation, you know, therapy in this scenario, you would think that it's something where someone realizes there's a problem, or someone realizes that there's something they want to work on, they want to improve. They go see the therapist about that. They work with them for a bit, and they identify what it is. They start work on improving it, and they have these occasional follow-ups. But the way this person talks is that they have like 4 or 5 sessions a week and have done so for 9 years. And I'm just, you know, that just confuses me. I'm like, I don't even know. It's literally one of those things that like I can't even get into that deep without. It's like talking to a brick wall. Not you guys, but the person, you know. That person, it's like talking to a brick wall. Like my dad one time was talking to him and just said, okay, if you've been going for this long and nothing has changed, you should probably get your money back. And yeah, that was a dickish thing to say, but man. My favorite therapy is mushrooms and ketamine. Probably not suitable for everyone, but it's been great for me. Yeah, I mean, again, I promise I'm not trying to like brag, but I've been very lucky and very blessed to not really have many issues with like depression or anxiety. You know, I kind of got all that out of my system in high school. You know, when I first started doing presentations and when I first started doing presentations and being forced out of my shell to do like speech and debate performances. And then once I started doing that for a few years, I just kind of got all that out of my system and I don't really have it anymore. Like they probably want the attention of therapists and going to therapy, some flavor of Munchausen's or something. That's what we all assume. It's like they want the therapist, they want a captive audience to listen to them vent every week, day in and day out. And they also really seemingly either like or hold on to that sort of shield that they have where they say, well, I'm in therapy and I'm working on this. Are you? You know, I have to ask, are you? Really? USF4 is my therapy? No, USF4 is the thing that makes my blood pressure skyrocket. It makes me want to punch holes in things. Like the walls, my own stick, my desk, various different things. Inanimate objects, of course. Own a house and lose your job in your 30s, not good for anxiety. No, I totally get that. And again, you know, it's like Fudge Me said, it's all dependent on the person and their approach to it. But yeah, I feel like what you said is true. Like wanting the attention of the therapist or the attention that saying that you're going to therapy provides you. I don't know. But who am I to say? I'm talking about a very isolated incident and I'm not an expert. I will be the first to tell you. Never been to therapy. Have talked to some school related counselors that were kind of like asking me, because here I'll just keep it 1,000. I was in academic probation at my university for a bit because I was a dumbass and I was skipping classes. So I kind of had some discussions about like, you know, where's your headspace at? Why are you not going to class and different things like that? But it was nothing, you know, like a serious session. That's like the only time in my life that's ever happened. That was like 2013 or something like that. But yeah. So, you know. But gaming is how we gamers do ourselves some therapy. If you're playing the right game, yes. Streaming has been very beneficial for my mental, I'll tell you that. Because sitting around after work and just watching other streams or sitting around just doing absolutely nothing, browsing YouTube and different things like that was a big problem for me for a while. I would just I would just not do a whole lot, you know? And so it would be like 1 a.m. and I'm sat there just like, damn, what did I do after work today? And it just comes down to absolutely nothing. I did nothing today. I sat around and I produced nothing. I did nothing. And, you know, I understand that doing nothing is great too. And it is crucial to, you know, maintaining the work-life balance. Sometimes you need a day where you don't do any work. But I don't know if I can do that. I really like that one game we always come back to. We sit back, we have some chill time, like Stamp Silent Hill 3, Doc's RE0, Wang's Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. Yeah, man. Mine could be Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, or 4. They're all my comfort zone. Or RE7. RE7 is also in that boat for sure. It is absolutely in that boat. But yeah, you know, I just think that, you know, I think streaming is phenomenal for your mental, and I've said that a lot. Depending on how you run it, of course, there are a lot of things that you can do to make things a lot worse for yourself. Unrelated, I'm scared if I ever genuinely went to therapy, I'd find out I have schizoaffective disorder like many of my family members, just because I feel like my quality of life would significantly decrease after getting a diagnosis. Yeah. Because, you know, once you've been officially diagnosed, of course, that's going to weigh on you and you're going to be thinking about it a lot. So I totally understand that. That's not really unrelated, though. That's pretty on topic for what we were discussing. Yeah, like streaming, just having this conversation with you guys when I normally would just be sitting around, like, it just feels great. And it's not that I just stream for personal reasons, like, you know, having these conversations and getting into topics that aren't strictly about video games sometimes. I just love it. Like the podcast episodes recently, I've had an absolute blast, even though there was no guest, and I thought that I wouldn't enjoy the ones where they were solo, but I've been loving those episodes recently. Personality disorder also comes with, oh shit, this guy's a violent time bomb waiting to go off. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like you said, once you get the diagnosis, it would definitely be weird, so. The only thing they're going to diagnose me with is gamer goblin syndrome. And probably something heartburn related, but that wouldn't be a therapist. I've been trying to get myself off of, I've mostly gotten myself off of acid reducers though. So I don't need those anymore. All carnivore diet and just eating significantly less than I used to has been helping a lot with that. Heartburn symptoms and all that. Ugh, my fucking nose won't stop itching, dude. Would come with the consequences of killing my options for future career options and shit. Yeah. But yeah. It's a multi-layered conversation, and one thing I will say that's an immediate boost to your mental health if you implement it is get off Twitter. In fact, I'd recommend to delete your Twitter account. That is just a very draining, negative, toxic, just every negative adjective I could possibly use to describe it platform, and I don't recommend being on it for 2 seconds. It's just horrific. It's one of those things where like you're gonna get sucked into same wing. I very, very rarely get it. As long as I don't eat after 7 p.m. and I go to bed at a normal time, no heartburn to speak of. Not an ounce. It's awesome. But yeah, Twitter is just one of those places where like everything you say is going to be taken severely out of context and just mashed up and rearranged and spat back at you in the most bad faith, disgusting way possible. And so it's best to just not engage. Literally the best solution is to just not engage. I have a Twitter account that I strictly use for, well, I used to. I haven't used it in like 4 fucking years, but I used to use it for posting like, hey, I'm live. That's all I would say. But I don't even see the point of doing that, dude. Like my Twitter has been 100% dead for like years. So who gives a shit? It's like the classic, there's a really classic tweet out there where it's like, oh, Twitter's the only platform where, whatever you say gets turned into a completely different sentence and then you're forced to explain yourself. It's like the person said, oh, I like waffles. And then the person says, oh, so that means you hate pancakes. And then they're like, no, that's a completely different statement. That has nothing to do with what I was talking about. And then they start demanding that you explain yourself. They start demanding, well, why do you hate pancakes so much? What's your problem? What the fuck is wrong with you? Can you explain yourself? And you're just like, hello? Where is this going? Why does liking one mean I hate the other? It's ridiculous. It's such a fucking ridiculous platform. So I definitely think it's for the best to just stay off of there. And honestly, 90% of internet drama can be avoided entirely just by not being on there. It's awesome. God, it's so great. Yeah, let's be real. French toast is better than both, so let's just get real about it. I just got 2 pairs of Jordan 1 highs for 70 off because of Twitter today. That would be a viable reason that I would use it, like sales or something, like notifications about sales. I feel like all the weird gooners who got kicked out of Tumblr. Oh, that's the other thing, dude. It's like you read a tweet about a video game. It's like, oh, hey, this video game's on sale. You scroll down, it's like pussy in bio. And then you scroll down one more and it's just a dude jerking his dick. And then you scroll down one more and it's like a dude, it's like a girl giving a blowjob. And you're just like, what the fuck is this, dude? And the replies. Just the bots absolutely spamming porn links and OF links and everything else. Hear me out. You can French toastify either of them. True. What's up, sick boy? My For You page is crazy. Mine is fucking stupid. I need water, clearly. You guys just heard my voice crack like twice in a very short period of time. Oh my god, I refuse to call it X, dude. That is literally the cringiest name. It's like a fucking 18-year-old has just purchased his first domain on GoDaddy.com and thought it would be cool to call it X. And he goes around to everybody going like that, you know? He does the fucking Reaper from Overwatch. That shit. Well, hey, we thought Twitch was going to be the first. We thought Twitch was going to be the first major platform to switch over to being porn, you know? Because Twitch, the way that they were going on about the artistic nudity thing and the whole not really touching anything to do with the hot tub meta, we thought for sure that Twitch was like on the fast track to becoming that. So at least we can be thankful that that didn't happen. And who knows, it still might. Sometime down the line, they might just decide that they want to compete with OnlyFans or something. And so they just turn Twitch, like they turn the 18 plus portion of Twitch into just straight up pornography. Who knows? That could happen. The only thing that would happen is that their advertisement would have to change drastically. Like they would only be able to advertise porn, pretty much. Like, because that's how the fucking thing is. Like porn sites can only really advertise adult content. Like Coca-Cola does not want to be on a fucking video of porn in any way, shape, or form. You know, candy companies, fucking Mars, like Snickers and whatever else, they don't want to be on a porn video. Okay. Elon speed ran the social media to social porn distribution faster than Bezos could ever imagine. I have 6 followers on Twitter and 3 or 4 of them as sexting bots. Dude, I get followed on Instagram all the time by just some stupid, like, account made today, tits hanging out. It's like some person I've never met, and then they DM me and they're like, hello, it's been a long time. Okay, get the fuck out of here. Blocked immediately. There's so many bots out there, dude. There was even a company that contacted me recently trying to get me to join like a streamer promotion Discord. And they were like, oh, for the low price of whatever, you know, we'll promote you in our Discord for a day. It's like, dude, that never works. That is such a waste of money. So because you promoted me in a sea of other people that are trying to promote themselves in a Discord that's all about promotion, I'm supposed to like magically get followers and people that'll actually watch my shit? Like, no. And between you guys and me, I've done a lot of research into this. There are people that work with the big companies, like the ones that do streamer brand deals a lot. Elgato, Logitech, Blue Microphones, although I think they got absorbed into Logitech, but that's not the point. Companies that regularly sponsor streamers. HelloFresh would be one, Manscaped, like all these different companies. They do research before they decide to offer you a deal, and they will know if you're in one of those Discords. Trust me, they're not stupid. They know. I have video of you jerking it blackmail Bitcoin email. I don't get that I get Chinese fake shoes sellers in my DMs all the time. Yeah. Yeah, he was talking. I think he was talking about the corn Adidas a while back. But yeah, you know, that's the thing. It is, it's just ridiculous, dude. Like, if Twitch ever did go in that direction, because that's actually what happened. You know, everybody was like up in arms about dude, do something about this hot tub meta. Like, my whole home screen is full of chicks in bikinis kicking their legs up in the fucking kiddie pools and hot tubs in their bedrooms. What is this shit? And then after months and months and months and months of doing nothing and blaming the viewers by saying you guys didn't click on the button that says I'm not interested in this content, then they made a whole section for them, which is called like beaches, hot tubs, and whatever the fuck. And once they did that, they had to change the, like, I don't even think you can run ads. I think the deal was you couldn't run ads at all. Yeah, they had like the microphones that looked like ears and they were like licking the ears or whatever. I don't know. Who still plays together? Oh, System of a Down. Yeah. You get lots of minors in my DMs. How do I stop that? Jesus, man. What a mess. But yeah, I don't respond to a single DM on any of my social media unless I actually know the person or it's like a verified account of a reg or something that I would actually know. And that's usually whispers are the only things that I'll ever respond to. Is if it's a whisper from one of you guys and it actually is like a serious thing, sometimes I'll respond. But like if it's ever somebody, say I do the same thing with my phone. If I get a phone call and I don't recognize that fucking number, I don't care who it is calling. I'm not answering. You can leave a fucking voicemail and I'll decide whether or not it's important. Yeah, I would just block immediately and report the account if you're on a website where, you know, people shouldn't be, they have to be a certain age. I would just block it and immediately report the account. Put your account to private, then you won't see the DMs. They'll get filtered to a different spot. That's a good point. I probably should do that. But yeah, that fucking, I should show you guys that stupid message about promoting your stream in a Discord. That is so stupid. Keep getting bombarded with my DMs of heinous YouTube videos. Nah, Discord DMs are generally pretty chill. Now, of course, we've had people in the past who went into the Discord and said and did some dumb shit, but, you know, I got them up out of here pretty quick. The thing is, guys, like, I'm not 18, I'm not 19, I'm not 20. I'm 29. I've been on the internet long enough. I've been on both sides. I've been the stupid troll, saying stupid shit, you know, trying to troll people. I've seen it. I've seen it all. So I know what it looks like. I know immediately from the instant that somebody shows up and the way that they phrase certain things where they're trying to like get you, like trying to get you to say certain stuff. Like some idiot was in here the other day being like, what's your favorite type of chips? Mine is salt and vit. And then they cut off the rest of it. So they were hoping that I would say vin, N-word. And they were going to like, clip. I was like, dude, you're so fucking stupid. You really think I'm going to say that? I just banned him instantly. So stupid when people do shit like that. Hey, what's up, Myra?
I need that money, I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Long time no see. Myra Moontail frequents the streams whenever I play Silent Hill games. I'm sorry I'm just yapping right now, but welcome on in. Long time no see. Ban me? Nah, I wouldn't ban you. Nah, you've been watching me for a long time. I'm not gonna ban you. Hello, insert name of small content creator. We've been fans of yours for a long time and noticed that nobody fucking likes your dumbass shit content. So we've decided that if you give us money, we'll have bots talk to each other about you so you can feel slightly better about yourself. Yeah. Yeah, that trolling stuff is annoying. I can assure you my days of making fake accounts to troll is way, way over. Yeah, it's like, and plus, I call it test the water trolling. If somebody comes in and they're like, hello, what food do you eat? What? You know, just weird shit like that. I was talking, Myra, I was talking about how, like, I've been on the internet for a very, very long time, and I can see when people are trying to, like, trick you into saying something or trying to, you know, derail the stream or just troll you or get you to say something stupid, trying to get you to do a fucking D's nuts or whatever. It's like, oh, I saw you on Artie's YouTube channel. Oh my God. Mac and cheese or spaghetti? Well, these days, unfortunately, neither, because I'm on all beef diet, but spaghetti is what I would choose because there's more variety. Different types of pasta, infinite types of sauce, infinite types of meat. You can choose meatballs or just meat sauce. You know, there's a lot of different things you can do. Parmesan or no. A lot of variety. My first cheat meal on this diet is going to be May 15th. I can't cheat until May 15th. That will have been a full 30 days on it. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. It's one of those things like, what's cheat meal going to be? Probably Noodles and Company. A big ass bowl of Noodles and Company spaghetti and meatballs. To be honest with you, that's probably what it's going to be. Noodles and Company makes good shit. Nothing sugary though. Like, I know that it has carbs, but nothing. I'm not gonna eat like cake or any of that bullshit because it just ruins my stomach. I'm trying to make my sugar intake as low as humanly possible. Here's your song, Dr. Red. Oh god, man, my fucking neck is killing me. The cursed idea of a Philly cheesesteak without onions or peppers, and instead of a bun, it's just more slices of cooked beef. My god. That's like some shit that Zach Choi guy on YouTube would make. And then he would deep fry it. Yeah, why did Laura get such a banger theme? We'll never know. Yeah, I know about Sweet Anita. She's the streamer that has Tourette's syndrome, right? I remember when she was first like coming about in like 2016 or so. Starting to blow up, I should say. Dude, there's 3 Fallout games in the top like 25 sold recently. Fallout 76, Fallout 4, and Fallout 3, and New Vegas are all in here. So like Fallout as a series is blowing up right now on Steam because of the show. I'm gonna pee really quick, you guys. Give me just a sec. All right. Got me some alkaline water as well. Kind of menacing and impending doom feeling. Kind of hard rockish. That's a good question. It's probably one that was getting me copyrighted consistently. Are you talking about this one? What about this one? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Angels Thanatos, I believe. This. That's too much hard rock. We gotta find the right balance. More. A bit more. Are you good, Fudge Me? You good, bro? Menacing. Oh, okay, it's menacing. I think you might be talking about this. That bullshit that came to mind. Less clangy. This is also pretty clangy. Oh, it could be this. Kind of fast paced. Hard rock. Okay, I'm trying to think. It sounds like it would have come from 2, but it could have also come from 3. Windows XP be like? Impending doomish. Menacing. This? Okay, this is Traversing the Portals of Reality from Silent Hill 2. Or Silent Hill 4, sorry. Traversing the Portals of Reality. Yeah, man, Silent Hill 4 has such great music. Finish Zone of the Enders. You can finish it in a couple or 3 hours. Should we? I got some alkaline water. I have no idea if alkaline water as a concept is complete bullshit or not, but I bought a case. I might as well drink it. I bet it is bullshit, but who knows? Well, when you said impending doom, I was like, well, there's only a couple. Alkaline water, it's water with a high pH that has... Okay, that's going to be illegible, but it's the text at the bottom. 9.5 pH or higher. Apparently it helps with, like, helping you get hydrated easier. I don't know, dude. But it's ionized water. Helps with hydration and, like, I don't know, various other health benefits. No, it's not water premixed with an antacid. It has electrolytes and stuff in it. Dude, how have I been live for almost 3 hours already? What the fuck? Feels like I started fucking 10 minutes ago. Time flies when you're having fun. Very true. The high pH is basically going to act as an antacid, and even tap water has electrolytes. Well, hey, maybe that's why when I drink this, I get no heartburn. Maybe I should continue drinking it, but I don't know if it's good to constantly drink it. Plus, people say, like, the way that certain water is ionized makes a big difference, and it's easier to just ionize your own water. I don't know. Fucking every time I do research into stuff like this, there's just way too much information being thrown out, and I just get frustrated. Every fucking time. Well, apparently there's, like, I've been seeing ads for water ionization machines. There's, like, one really famous company from Japan that does it. Japanese water ionizer machine. It's called the Leveluk K8 water filter machine with ionization, and it's $2,500. The Kangen water machine. $5,000 for the flagship model. So yeah, there's a lot of people buying fucking water ionizers now. There's also a lot of people buying shower heads with filters. That's something I would have never thought of when I was younger, but yeah, apparently a lot of people are buying shower heads with filters in them, and we have one too. Let me tell you guys, Bridget is like the Amazon queen. She finds like all the things that people are buying right now and have found to be very convenient. Like, I'll say one of the best things she's found is bamboo sheets for your bed. If you guys don't know about bamboo sheets, you need to check into it. They are the greatest thing ever. They stay super cool if it's warm. They stay super cool. And if it's super cold, they stay body temperature. They stay whatever temperature you need them to be. Bamboo sheets are the best, and we're about to get a bamboo comforter for the bed as well. Water filtration in Japan. Yeah, don't they have some big thing about soft water? Like, the water they have there is considered soft because of either lack of or inclusion of certain minerals. I don't remember what it is exactly. Reminds me of that scam from the first episode of The Great Pretender. I've actually never seen that. Dude, Persona 5 Royal on PC is only $23.99. That's actually a pretty good deal. I didn't even realize it was on PC. Biggest problem with, you mentioned soft water in the presence of a tea-loving Yorkshireman. Biggest problem with these adapters, these Brook adapters, is that you can't turn the system on with them. You have to actually press the button, which is just horrible. God, it's so strenuous, dude. Going to Louisville in June. What's down there besides the Corvette Museum? Louisville, Kentucky? I have no idea. I wouldn't know. I'm firmly southerly to that. I'm firmly more southern than that. Alright, let me turn the system on. Let's play some Zone of the Enders. I was gonna say I heard no PS3 boot up sound, but there it is. Generic ass city, true. It is a very generic city. LSD Dream Simulator? Nah, we played enough of that. Is there something wrong with my fucking... Oh, it's not centered. I was wondering what the hell was wrong with that. I shouldn't have to sit like super, super far over. There we go. I gotta fix the white balance. Look at that, Olga and Fortune. We'll do like a whole night of we'll do like a whole ass night of LSD sometime. That would be fun. Like just play 6 hours of LSD Dream Emulator just to see what all weird and wacky shit happens. Kojima Productions, baby. Do a whole ass night of LSD Dream Emulator, the video game for the PlayStation 1, dude. You know what I meant, God.
What is it? At present, I have no idea. Look.
Dude, that was like instant.
I'm curious about destroying the... I see something shining in the sky. It appears to be some kind of energy field, but I cannot define it. That is a summary of our mission so far. Please proceed directly to the factory. I'll do as you say.
Yeah, that's what I said last stream. It looks like a Halo ring.
Forces are still attacking Antivia as part of their
Sorry,
invasion.
I tried to mute myself during that.
Rescue workers have begun attempts to save patients in the destroyed hospital, but a fierce fire is still raging and workers are having difficulty gaining access. All those poor people can do is wait for the release of death.
Oh my god, the sweet release of death. That's morbid.
How awful. Damn it.
Listen, Leo. Can't you help those people?
How?
Just like you helped me. Can't you do that for them too?
Allow me to interrupt. As I stated earlier, you should not undertake illogical actions that have no bearing on our mission.
But just for a little while.
This orbital frame and all aboard have been ordered to participate in operations on Mars. In order to complete our mission, we should not engage in any other activities.
Oh, I see.
Also, judging from the capabilities of the frame runner,
The risk rate for such an illogical action is very high.
Ada, where is that hospital?
Leo.
I will pinpoint its location with a marker, but I must repeat, you should not undertake
We're doing it.
illogical actions that have no bearing on your mission.
Yes, I know all that. I just asked. I'm scared too.
We're going to the hospital. Yeah, dude, the music in this game has been awesome so far.
Let me indicate with a marker the buildings which have vital activity. In such buildings, defenseless citizens unable to flee still remain.
There are many people still in the buildings, Leo, so be careful.
I know, but at least I have to exterminate the enemy in this area.
We will hold battle position. Colony damage increasing due to battle.
Oh, God.
Civilian casualties increasing due to battle. Enemy backup force is approaching our location. We have obtained the passcode. We will cease battle position.
Oh no, I damaged the fucking place, dude.
We have shot down the enemy. Enemy backup force is approaching our location. Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle. We have obtained the Metatron ore. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Dude, there's survivors everywhere.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position. Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle.
Grab him, dude. Untechable throw.
We have shot down the enemy. Confirmed all the enemy frames are destroyed.
Look at all these survivors.
Damage to neighboring areas from this battle. There are a few damaged buildings. A few were injured or killed.
Okay.
I know you did your best, Leo.
Only 10%, dude. That could have been so much worse.
We have obtained the program.
Is there anything else to even do here, or do we just leave? Guess we just leave. What even is that? Well, we're supposed to go to the factory, so let's go do that. Hey, no problem, Fudge Me. Enjoy that lurk.
Now we will head for the local server to transplant the necessary information.
Ooh, level
But
3
first,
passcode.
We need to destroy the enemy with the passcode for the local server.
I see.
The star-marked frames show the leaders. Destroying the leader first will lower the level of the entire party. hold battle position.
Oh, please.
Enemy backup forces are in battle position. I recommend you stand back a certain distance and attack the enemy one by one. We have shot down the enemy.
Bitch.
We have shot down the enemy. Colony damage increasing due to battle.
Oh my god, that was sick.
We have obtained the passcode. We will hold battle position. Colony damage increasing due to battle. Damage index exceeding 50%. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
Damn, dude. This combat is so fun.
We will hold battle position. Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
There's so many. Okay. I think this gives us heals. This ore.
We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Yep, that heals us. Go play something, but it's so cold in the basement. Yeah. Dude, our weather has been all over the fucking place in the south. And next week, we're supposed to have like big tornado risk, so that's fun. I mean, thankfully, we live on a bottom floor, and our bathroom has like no windows, so if like absolute worst case scenario happened, we could all like pile into our bathroom, but still, me and Bridget and the cats. But yeah. I mean, we had a pretty bad risk last year. Nothing crazy ever happened, but I did have that one day where I got caught in a hailstorm. That was pretty wild. So, here's hoping. I think that's pretty much it, right?
Let me report the current situation status. The enemy has taken over the colony's EPS system in order to win mastery of the air.
EPS?
All civilian flying objects in the colony are fueled by microwave energy from the outer EPS system, as mandated by the Environmental Protection Law. The enemy is using the EPS to form a barrier, a microwave energy field in the sky.
Yeah, dude, this game is awesome so far.
You mean it's dangerous?
Yes. Being within the energy field is like being in a microwave oven. Jehuti itself would not suffer much damage, but any vital life form would not survive.
Leo. So what can we do?
We have no choice but to disrupt the energy field by destroying the EPS system. This colony block has 2 facilities which supply EPS energy. 2 EPS antennas are housed in 2 mountains in the center of the colony. By turning these 2 antennas to face each other, the enemy has created a massive microwave energy field in the center of the colony. Our first task is to destroy those 2 EPS antennas. There is another related target. You see the colony shaft ahead of us? It carries
The story, that's kind of crucial.
to the EPS antennas from the axis of the colony. By damaging the relay block of the shaft, we can weaken the EPS energy flow, if not stop it.
So, the shaft and 2 antennas. Okay, let's do it.
Current status is that the EPS antennas are not accessible. We should journey to block D07, where the shaft is located. I will show you with a marker on the screen.
Year or 2 ago, there was a tornado about a mile from me. It was heading this way and went west. Yeah.
Restrict yourself to your duties.
We had like an EF1 tornado touchdown a couple of years ago. And it was fairly close, but that's the closest that's ever happened. Like, we didn't actually see anything from our apartment. Caved in a building that had a concert going on. Damn. Is there footage of that?
The energy field has already reached the city.
No sign of vital activity in this block. I assume the microwave energy field has eliminated all vital forms.
It's awful. So, what do you suggest?
Destroy the EPS relay block at the base of the shaft.
You mean I shoot from here?
Yes, but it is a long shot. Besides, Jehuti's energy weapons will not work within the field.
Of course.
We should find some primitive long-distance weapon to impact the target physically.
Where can we find such a weapon?
We have confirmed the conditions at the target. Let us
Of course, just cause it won't work. Oh.
Hold battle position. Enemy backup force is approaching our location. We have shot down the enemy. Enemy backup force is approaching our location. We will cease battle position.
Oh, why can't I get over there?
We are heading for the outer area of the battle zone.
Okay, there we go. Maybe? I guess I gotta wait for them to come in. Apollo Theater?
Enemy backup force is approaching our location. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Come on, dude. What are they doing? I guess I just gotta wait for them to come toward me.
We will hold battle position.
Oh, look at this. Look at this kid.
We have shot down the enemy.
Boom.
We will cease battle position.
Only 2 left. For some reason, this game reminds me of Jet Set. I don't know why. Just the music.
We have shot down the enemy.
What?
We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Yeah, I see what you were talking about now, Kendo, about this game like being a little bit nausea-inducing if you're looking at the wrong spots. Okay, level 3 passcode. Do they ever come this way? Doesn't even look like they're moving.
We are heading for the outer area of the battle zone.
Maybe we have to go way higher? Yeah, they're not even moving. Just standing over there menacingly, dude.
We are heading for the outer area of the battle zone.
Is it possible that I just can't do what I need to do here yet? Wait, do I have to?
For the outer area of the battle zone.
Oh, I thought that was actually going to work for some reason. Oh, okay. I haven't even been using these. Let's see if I can find that one spot I'm supposed to destroy. I thought I saw it in the middle a second ago. Let's try that phalanx weapon. Oh, damn. Dude, I didn't know I had either of these. Can I? No, you can't burst those. Dude, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do here. It's like a straight line. Emanating out from it, I don't... Yeah, I can't get much higher than this. And I can't get to this side to fight these guys. Kendo, help me, dude. Here, I'm just gonna leave. I think I don't have what I need yet. No, I went to town 1. I was trying to go to town 2. I got too close to it.
Detected by...
Oh, this has survivors too, so we might as well.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. Enemy backup force is approaching our location.
Oh, a sniper rifle on that mission? Okay.
We will cease battle position. Colony damage increasing due to battle. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. Colony damage increasing due to battle. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
Alright, let's look around for the sniper then.
We will hold battle position.
Oh, this kid, really?
We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position. We have
Damn.
shot down the enemy.
Look at this anime.
We will cease battle position.
Alright, only one squad left, and then we can go to town 2 where they actually had a fucking SOS going.
Colony damage increasing due to battle. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore. Mission accomplished. I will report damage to neighboring areas from this battle. Many buildings were damaged. No casualties.
You did it!
Yeah, but there were no casualties. How are you gonna give me a C, dude? I deserve more credit than that. Bullshit. I deserve way more credit than that. I think the game gypped me. That's what I think. Yeah, I said it. And I meant it. Okay, now let's go to town 2. Well, they did have an SOS, not anymore.
I detect a vector trap. It appears there is a hidden object in this area.
Vector trap?
It is one of the Metatron-related technologies.
Okay, this could be the sniper then.
Storage system and the Urenbeck catapult are some of its applications. When you apply high energy and high speed rotation to Metatron, you can observe an effect where false space is pulled into the direction of its axis. By simultaneously putting an object at the equilibrium point of compression and expansion, space will
Being stuck on that area is part of the game. Yeah, I figured it was.
I can't understand you. Say it more simply.
Destroy the objects called Porter in this area, and then something will happen.
That's all I wanted to know.
There are several porters. They are small, and besides, you cannot lock onto them, so be careful when you search for them.
Damn, lots of level 3s here.
We will hold battle position. Enemy backup forces are in battle position. We are surrounded by enemies. We have shot down the enemy. Enemy backup forces are in battle position. We have shot down the enemy.
Hey, we're level 3 now.
Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore. We have shot down the enemy.
Fuck. Please! Okay. I just wanted to get that off.
We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
Okay, that was like 3 squads at once, but I'll take it. This must be a porter.
We have destroyed a porter.
Damn, look at all these.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. Enemy backup force is approaching our location.
Bitch.
Enemy backup forces are in battle position.
No, don't escape. No, no, no. We gotta take care of this one. There we go.
We have shot down the enemy. We have
Bitch.
obtained the Metatron ore. We will cease battle position.
Okay, now let's find the rest of these porters. A port key. Oh, a bunch over here. I damaged it. Unnecessary.
We have destroyed a porter.
What? I'm too close. Dude. Oh, stop blowing the place up.
We have destroyed a porter.
Dude, I'm destroying the whole place. Better be a snipper rifle.
We have obtained the
Yeah, let's go.
This is what we'll use.
A primitive weapon from Earth. It should work.
All right, let's head for the shaft.
I get to quick scope in this game. Let's go. I didn't expect to get to quick scope. Like Call of Duty. The intervention with FMJ. Shaft. 01. What? I killed all these. Oh my god. I killed all these squads, dude.
We hold battle position. Enemy backup force is approaching our location. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
How do I snipe it though? Do I just... That first one seemed like it worked. Oh, it's those. I see, I see.
We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy.
Ooh.
The Metatron ore.
Hit him with the tip.
We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position.
No, do not use that.
We have shot down the enemy.
Oh, that doesn't work.
We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Okay, we gotta shoot all these things now. Oh god. Okay. Oh. Dude, I only have 6 shots left. Okay.
Destroy the EPS relay block at the base of the shaft by using a long-distance weapon.
No, dude. Okay. Still possible. Yeah. Let's go.
Destruction of the target is confirmed.
I did it!
EPS has switched its power supply to an emergency generator. Power is still being supplied to the EPS by an emergency generator we were unable to destroy. But since the field has shrunk, we can now approach the EPS antennas on top of the mountains.
Next target is a couple of antennas.
And we can take these guys out now, which I'm going to switch to Javelin just so I don't waste those in case I need them.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the passcode. We will cease battle position. We have obtained the program.
Geyser. What is that? Kind of jank how they just have you use the menu to go back into the main area. But I guess that makes sense. That way you can just choose whenever you want to.
EPS antennas on the mountains ahead
Ah,
of us.
okay.
We can now approach them and destroy them.
Just to be safe. I like to save after every major thing. Because you never know. My flying mode is too sick. Ooh, this music.
The objects on the summits are EPS antennas. I detect enemy activity. Watch for them on the approach.
Do I have to use a sniper for this too?
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're gonna have to snipe these two. Oh no. Energy weapon shooting up laser. Sprinkle on surface. Wow, this has a ton of ammo. We should be using this.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. Enemy backup forces are in battle position.
Damn. Okay, this phalanx weapon is kind of shit. I'm not gonna lie.
We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
Oh. Don't have the password? Yeah. That is back this way. No?
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. Enemy backup force is approaching our location.
Oh shit. Oh god. Okay.
I recommend you escape from this battle. We will cease battle position. We are heading for the outer area of the battle zone.
I just didn't block anything. Oh.
We will hold battle position.
I'm dead. And both of us inside it too. God damn it, dude. That did not need to be as stressful as it turned out to be. That was just stupid.
The objects on the summits are EPS antennas. I detect. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. Enemy backup force is approaching our location. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position.
Okay.
Shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
This was the one that fucked me up last time.
Hold battle position.
And it's doing it again because of this fucking weapon here. There we go.
We have shot down the enemy.
There we go.
We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. Damage index exceeding 50%.
Oh, damn.
We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
Alright, only one left.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Now we're level 4.
Battle position.
Okay, but still, how do I do this part? Damn, this part's actually fucking huge. This is easily the biggest area so far. We don't have the password for this. Maybe we have to get it from the other area. Yeah, let's find out.
The objects on the summits are EPS antennas.
Don't see a password here either.
Watch for them on the approach.
Unknown. Oh, but I do see these things. Okay, so there are porters here.
We will hold battle position.
These things fuck me up, dude.
We have shot down the enemy.
Okay.
We will cease battle position.
Alright, let's start destroying these things. There's no people around here, thankfully, so I can't fucking destroy the city.
We have destroyed a porter.
Oh my god. Why is it so hard just to do this?
We have destroyed a porter. We have destroyed a porter. We will hold battle position. Enemy backup force is approaching our location. We have shot down the enemy.
Oh, that flip. Oh, okay.
Shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
Now, what was that thing I saw over here? Saw something floating. Yeah, this.
We have obtained
Oh.
the item.
More sniper ammo.
We will hold battle position. Damage index exceeding 50%. We have shot down the enemy. Damage index exceeding 75%.
Oh my god.
Major damage. We have shot
Oh,
down
thank
the
god.
enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
That thing fucks you up if you're not careful.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. We have destroyed a porter. We have destroyed a porter.
It's just annoying to see them because it's so fucking dark.
We have destroyed a porter.
Oh, there's a lot here, damn.
We have destroyed a porter. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. We have destroyed a porter. We have destroyed a porter.
Okay, you can kind of see him in the distance. Oh, I see one.
Vector trap has been released.
Okay.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. Damage index exceeding 50%. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore. We have obtained the pass.
Ah, okay, that was the... Okay, so we're probably going to need to do that in the other area as well.
We have obtained the program.
Halberd. Weapon finder. Well, they gave me sniper ammo, so maybe we need to hit those lights at the top and bottom with the sniper. But it won't go. There's no place for me to shoot the sniper inside, is the issue.
Ada, we can't destroy them.
I can see that. There is a fallback plan to destroy these targets. The EPS system has an emergency generator underground. By going in through the maintenance passage at the foot of the mountain, you can destroy the underground emergency EPS generator.
And you tell me this now?
Is anything wrong?
No, nothing.
At the foot of the mountain. Would that even be in here? Or will we need to go somewhere else entirely for that?
We are heading for the outer area of the battle zone. Find the maintenance passage.
Oh, I bet it's back here. Probably. No?
We are heading for the outer area of the battle zone.
Fuck.
Find the maintenance passage.
I'm trying, dude. Oh, that's... No? I thought that was it. What would it even look like? I mean, it's up here. So it has to be somewhere around. Oh.
Find the maintenance passage.
There we go. Some Death Star shit. Let's go.
We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Those are the ones that fuck me up the most.
We will cease battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Okay, I see it.
The emergency EPS generator has been destroyed.
Now we can go destroy it.
EPS has ceased functioning.
Oh, I guess we just leave now. Yeah, and then we can go destroy it. I took a straight line the whole way here, so it'll be easy to get back. This actually reminds me a little bit of Star Fox, which is cool. Like the tunnels on Venom, where you're going to fight Andross at the end. Yep. Oh, do we not bother? I think we just destroy. I think we already did what we were supposed to do here. Yeah, let's just go to the other area. I think we already did what we needed to do here. Should just be able to shut the other one off the exact same way. Now that I know what I'm looking for, I will have to fight all those squads again, because as soon as you leave and come back, you do. But
On the summits are EPS antennas. We will hold battle position.
welcome back, Dr. Red. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, your video motivated me to make my next video too. I am in GL.
We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
Alright, so the maintenance tower should be on the other side here.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, man, let's go. Let's both pump out the best content we possibly can, for real.
Is that the same energy field as the one above?
That is correct.
Then we can't go any further.
That is correct. Let us depart this facility for now. We should try to find
Okay.
another way.
Oh.
Detect an enemy with a reinforced program. Be careful.
Level 4. Oh, passcode. Okay, well, we have that now.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position. Damage index exceeding 50%.
Oh my god.
Serious
Yeah. I knew that was gonna happen. Oh my god, he died screaming for his dad. That's fucked up. They were too tough, dude. I gotta learn how to use the shield.
Objects on the side. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy.
I know, I should have expected that.
Battle position.
It was a little too conveniently placed. Energy sword. Oh shit.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down.
Oh my god. Dude, this is busted. Holy shit.
We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position.
Hey, appreciate you hanging out as always, Wang. Get some rest, my dude.
We have shot down the enemy. We have shot down the enemy. Enemy backup force is approaching our location. Enemy backup forces are in battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
Alright, here's these passcode dudes again.
We will hold battle position. Damage index exceeding 50%. Damage index exceeding 75%, indicating major damage.
Oh my god.
We have shot down the enemy.
Oh, let's go.
Obtained the passcode. We will cease battle position.
That was crazy, dude.
We need the passcode.
What? I just got it. Passcode for what? Did I not just get it?
What will we do?
I cannot find a suitable solution to the problem. Let us depart this area and find...
What the fuck? Fucking cringe.
We will hold battle position. We are heading for the outer area of the battle zone. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore. We will hold battle position.
You cannot let them get that off or they'll do a ton of damage.
We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
I don't know why they're saying I didn't get the password. I definitely did.
We need the passcode.
Then what did I get after I killed those guys then? That doesn't make any sense. One of the passcodes necessary to obtain Raptor control module for use in EPS 1. Raptor control module. Any more porters over here maybe? I didn't see any. Oh, that was weird with those trees. Rendering all fucked up. They're still doing it. Maybe we need to go to the other to find the other one. Let's find out. I mean, none are blue anymore, so I really don't know. Alright guys, I'm gonna be honest. I want to work on YouTube really bad. I want to start really putting this video together. Dr. Red's video motivated me. So I'm gonna go work on this YouTube video I'm gonna jump on my hamster wheel and start putting it together. Beyond off topic, but I feel like a few years ago when I originally watched Star Trek Voyager, I really took for granted how well acted Janeway the captain is. I think I was spoiled with Star Trek's DS9. Is that Deep Space Nine? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, man. New video in the works, but I did just save, so we're good to go on that. Either way, hope everybody has a great rest of the night. I'll talk to you in DMs, Dr. Ed, about a few ideas. I want to kind of bounce back and forth, but yeah. Hope everybody has a great rest of the night. If anybody hasn't already, you can join the Discord. I will be live again tonight for sure. But outside of that, you guys have a great rest of the night. And I will talk to you, well, tonight. If it's after midnight. It is. So I'm going to break the chains on room 302 and disappear into a puff of Silent Hill fog in 3, 2, 1.